Okay, good morning, everyone. I call to order this meeting of the Finance Committee for November 2nd, 2023. I just got back from Edmonton and once again listening to CBC, and you know, I got thinking about displacement of people, whether it be by people or by war, and I mean it guts people because they're just they have to leave what they know and try to find their way, and sometimes they find their way, but so often they're just left to fend for themselves. And you know, that's part of what we are doing through Truth and Reconciliation. So I acknowledge that we are gathered here in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Pekanai First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our closest adjacent neighbors, Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki. Further, we are located within Métis Nation of Alberta District 4. You hopefully have heard the news that, in fact, the organization of the Métis Nations within Alberta have changed, and that's why it's no longer Region 3, but it's District 4. And the town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. Looking at the agenda, I think that we're set. So I will note that Councillor McCallum will be joining us soon, but we do have quorum with the six of us here, so I'll move that we approve the agenda for November 2nd, 2023 Finance Committee meeting. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we'll move right into staff reports. It's a capital day. And who will be speaking to the capital budget amendment? So, Ms. Smithers.
Woohoo. Yeah, so it's a group effort today. I'll start off the presentation. Pelkey will join in, and then for question and answer, because the bulk of the approvals or recommendations we're looking for today are coming from Engineering and Public Works. We have Andy and Andreas here to join us as well. But I will kick things off. So I wanted to start off just by recognizing the relationship between service provision and capital and operating. And I wanted to start here because for the purposes of budgeting, we have to separate capital and operating, obviously. But it's an artificial separation from the point of view of actually doing the work. So we wanted to begin by acknowledging the relationship between the three, because while we're focusing today on capital, we're doing so being mindful of impacts to operating and service provision, because they are all related. So today we are going to talk about asset management to kind of provide a context or framework for the discussion around capital. We'll touch on some externalities that we're facing that are triggering some of the amendments and cancellations that are going to be in front of you today. We'll talk about some of the 2022-2023 capital project amendments and cancellations, because we have a lot of multi-year projects at the town. So going into 2024, we're looking at changing some of those previously approved projects. We'll look at the capital budget amendments we're proposing for 2024, along with an amended capital plan. Then we'll get into a bit of a discussion on reserves, and then from there we'll discuss the utility rate model. So there'll be an opportunity for a question and answer. I think once we start to get into the capital project amendments and cancellations, I'll stop at the end of each slide just to see if there's any questions, because there's quite a few projects. So wanted to start with just a discussion on asset management a bit, because this has come up in a couple of council meetings, just an appreciation for the extent of town assets and life cycle maintenance and rehab associated with them. The total replacement value of town assets is $1.1 billion. So about $450 million is the estimated replacement cost of our tax-supported infrastructure, and taken as a whole, that infrastructure is at about 60% of its useful life right now. On the utility side, we have infrastructure that equates to an estimated replacement cost of about $650 million, and taken as a whole, the utility-supported infrastructure right now is at about 44% of its useful life. So that's the extent of what we manage when we go through life cycle maintenance and rehabilitation. So for tax-supported infrastructure, I broke it down because that's a kind of a big number. So $450 million estimated replacement cost. That gets us about 32,000 square meters of floor area in buildings and facilities. For roads, bridges, sidewalks, pathways, that type of thing, we have about 90 kilometers of paved roads that we maintain and replace, and about 37 bridges. On the parks side, about 20 kilometers of fencing, about 70,000 square meters of sport and play fields. And that also would look at landscaping and playgrounds and that type of thing. We have some rolling stock related to vehicles, snow removal, heavy equipment, about 80 vehicles altogether, and then emergency response, skylift, pumper trucks, and a boat. That's about $5 million. So that totals about $450 million. Oh, that's okay, on the tax-supported side. If we look at that from an asset management point of view, considering the replacement cost and the average life cycle, the average life that's expired on those assets as a whole, we put together this slide that represents our asset management model. It doesn't relate to the long-term financial strategy, and Palki will speak to that in a bit. But just to give Finance Committee some context around, again, the decisions that we make in our capital plan, this slide tells us, based on our asset management model, we would need to be putting about $6 million a year into reserves over the next 5 years to be able to keep up with the life cycle maintenance and rehab and replacement schedule, just that aligns with good asset management practices. So the annual contributions on this slide are in today's dollars. And the intent, what this shows is what we'd have to contribute to ensure that a reserve balance exists at the end of the period. The 10 and 25-year graphs there are really shown as examples, just capturing that we need a consistent contribution to reserves because the draws on those reserves to do the life cycle work are sporadic and varying in amount based on what needs to be addressed and how much that would cost. So that is it on the tax-supported side. And in our asset rehab and replacement reserve, this shows what we're actually intending to contribute over the next 5 years. So it does, this is not what our model suggests we should be contributing, but it aligns with our long-term financial plan. And it is impacted definitely by the choices we've had to make to fit Cougar Creek flood mitigation cost into the capital budget, as well as just cost escalations on the construction cost side. But we do eventually catch up to the $18 million balance we were targeting by 2028. I just wanted to flag this in the context of our asset management model that shows we should be contributing about $6 million a year over the same time frame. So we may likely need to start to turn our minds to targeting more than what we currently do. And I would also say this is not a situation that is unique to Canmore. Many Alberta municipalities and likely municipalities across Canada are facing significant funding, capital funding deficits in relation to the cost of maintaining infrastructure, because they're all facing the same pressures that we are with cost escalations, and just declining funding opportunities from the province. So it looks scary, but we're not alone in this situation.
What is the last year ending balance? What does that mean?
So last year, for 2024, we would have had 15 million in the asset rehab reserve. But right now, with the draws for Cougar Creek, we have 6.4 projected ending balance.
So it's what would have been approved in the capital plan last year.
So the 6.4 is after having spent, okay.
Yeah, 6.4 is what is going to be in it now based on the adjustments we had to make in the capital plan.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
For utility-supported infrastructure, that $650 million in estimated replacement cost looks like about 115 kilometers of collection piping, so for the sewer system, wastewater system, about 130 kilometers of distribution piping on the water side of that, and about 20,000 cubic meters of storage capacity in water reservoirs for both wastewater and potable water. That includes facilities, lift stations, pumping stations, valves, all the things. On the storm drainage side, it's about 70 kilometers of collection systems, and then a significant area dedicated to erosion control and storm retention. And then we've also included our solid waste infrastructure here, so that's bins, equipment, and machinery. About 1,000 bins located throughout town, and then all the machinery associated with the Waste Management Center. So again, when we look at replacement values on the modeling side, what the model tells us is we should be between the water and utility reserves contributing about $13 million a year to the reserve over the next 5 years. And again, this is includes today's dollars, including current inflation. The 10 and 25-year graphs at the bottom are shown as examples to indicate we need that consistent flow contribution to reserves to be able to fund the life cycle work when it comes up. And then this does include the additions like the wastewater treatment plant upgrade in this modeling. In terms of the water utility reserve, we are contributing now between a quarter up to about half annually of what our modeling tells us we should be contributing. And again, this is, we've had to make some adjustments to the reserve to incorporate some of the new projects that we're having to include based on the utility master plan. And then on the solid waste side, on that reserve, we're contributing. So I've added between the solid waste reserve and the water reserve, that puts us at about a quarter to a half of what we should be contributing. Again, when we compare that to our asset management modeling over a 5-year time frame. And again, this is a situation that is not unique to Canmore. It's a challenge faced by many municipalities. And you've seen this graph a few times before. I think it's really important because it does speak to the importance of maintenance. This is an old presentation. I don't have my notes in it. It speaks to the importance of maintenance and rehabilitation versus waiting for replacement. So when we commit the funding to ongoing maintenance and rehabilitation at regular periods, it saves us from waiting till the condition of the asset erodes to the point where it fails and needs to be fully replaced. And that's significant not only from a funding point of view, it's exponentially more expensive to replace infrastructure than to rehabilitate it and just provide the regular maintenance. But for a lot of our assets, it's also a public safety concern. We don't want to get to the point where many of our assets are at the condition where they're going to fail, because there would be public safety implications to that as well.
Bless you.
So then I wanted to touch on some of the externalities that we're facing. This was the construction market challenges and labor availability. Andy had touched on this in a presentation that he gave to council in May. The increases here were examples of recent tender results that we had seen compared to what we had thought we were going to be seeing in budgeting from actual projects. So at that time in May, we were facing cost escalations, for example, with engineered fill, a 47% increase, 72% increase for asphalt, and about 90% for concrete, walk, and pathways. And then along with those, and then also even with, on the labor availability side, even when we have the budget to complete the projects, labor availability means we are seeing fewer bidders for the projects that we have, and some of the work taking longer just because of scarce availability of labor to get the work done. I put Cougar Creek flood mitigation up there as a externality. It's not really an externality, but I needed to acknowledge that additional $8.3 million that we needed to find to complete the project. Part of that is actually related to the construction market challenges and labor availability as well. We're also faced with changing regulatory requirements. This shows up most notably with the wastewater treatment plant and the work that needs to be done, the projects related to upgrading that wastewater treatment plant because of changing regulatory requirements. And then grant and funding opportunities. So this shows up in a couple of ways. One is some of our grant opportunities aren't available to us until the project is approved and underway. So the clearest example I can think of off the top of my head is the Municipal Climate Change Action Center grants that were available for solar installation. They would cover the majority of the project costs, but were not available to us until the project was approved and underway. So we had to find a funding source for the project just to get it started and then apply for the grant to get some of the money back. So that does present another challenge when we're trying to find budget and funding sources for the capital, some of our capital projects. And then another one related to grant and funding is our MSI contribution, or the MSI grants that we get from the province, and the declining amount that has been available to us over time, which will likely continue to decline with the local government fiscal framework, which we're still waiting for information on. So this graph here just shows where we were averaging easily around $4 million a year for quite some time, and then there were a couple of top-up years. Our grants have declined significantly, and we are not expecting them to go up. If anything, they're probably going to continue to decline.
Ms. Smithers, and a lot of this grant funding is coming from the province, is that correct? MSI?
Yes.
Yeah. This is probably a question more for the province, but the province is running surpluses, historic surpluses right now. Why is MSI funding down 50%?
Because the province has cut back those funding distributions to all municipalities across the province. That's a provincial budget choice.
Not a question for you guys.
No, or not one we can answer well.
Yeah, not one you can answer.
We have included that as part of the impact on our provincial downloading because it is significant in terms of having to find that funding elsewhere.
And at the Alberta Municipalities Conference earlier this year, there was a motion around, I mean, all municipalities are in the same boat to significantly increase this pot. But, yeah.
Yeah, so 2011, I think it was a high mark. They were cut when the revenues were declining. As they increased, they didn't increase again. So there's two things that have been advocated for by Alberta municipalities. One is, and this one has already been accepted by the government, that it will be indexed so that as revenues go up, it will go up, and as revenues go down, it will go down. The pot is what I'm referring to. And then as Sally was referring to, all of the associations representing municipalities have jointly got together and are asking for another $1 billion to be put into that pot, which doesn't get us up to where we were, but it gets us significantly higher. So when I see these numbers, I think that they're good numbers to be working from. They're a conservative basis, but we actually won't know until we know.
Thank you. I realized that wasn't a question for you all, just more of a statement. Thank you.
It's a fair statement, though. It's the reality that we're facing and trying to work within. Yeah. And I apologize if I was kind of stammering through some of that. I had worked on my speaking notes last night, but for some reason the version of the presentation that came up on my screen didn't have them. but now I have them, so we're good.
You did great.
Yeah, thanks. So project cancellations and amendments and additions that we're going to walk you through now are best considered in the context of the previous slides that I just showed, acknowledging the interplay between service provision, capital assets, and operating dollars, ensuring sufficient life cycle maintenance of over $1 billion of assets, and finding that sweet spot between maintenance and rehabilitation and replacement. So we'll start with getting into the 2022-2023 capital project cancellations. These projects are on page 4 and 5 of your agenda. They didn't, as explained in the report, we have criteria for carrying projects over into future years. These 4 projects did not meet those criteria for various reasons, so we're recommending that they be canceled. And this is a normal part of our process. We're constantly reevaluating our capital projects and plan to see if the projects that we had approved are still going to meet our needs, and if we have the internal and external resource in the community to be able to deliver these projects. So it is a constant reevaluation. Any questions on that? Nope. Alrighty. And then I'll get into the 2022-2023 capital project amendments. We have 2 amendments. They're both described on page 6 of your agenda package. One is a revised scope, the rock wall refurbishment. As we got underway on the construction with that project, we realized it was going to take a different approach. The challenges that were being presented with the existing rock wall were more extensive than we had anticipated, so we needed to redo our approach to repairing the rock walls outside of Elevation Place. And the cemetery final design and new columbarium, when we put the bids out, what came back to us was significantly more expensive than what we had anticipated when we budgeted the project in the first place. And again, because we have so many multi-year projects on the infrastructure side, typically with smaller projects, when we do design in 1 year and construction in the next, amendments like this and having to go back and revisit are another regular part of our review and process. We have 2 projects that we're recommending amendments to in 2022, in 2023. Oh, I had these cancellations. So, oh no, I went the wrong way.
You're going backwards. You're going backwards.
Oh, for God's sake. I need more coffee. There you go. Okay, there you go. Recommending 2 projects to amend in 2023. These are on page 27 of your agenda package. The first is a change to funding sources. And then the other one is a scope and a budget reduction, and that's to offset the impacts of the budget reallocation required for Cougar Creek and our construction cost escalations across projects. And now I'll go through the 2024 capital projects and the revised capital plan. Though we wouldn't typically do updates like this in the midpoint of a 2-year budget cycle, we did have to change the project staging for 2024 projects and capital plan projects to accommodate construction cost escalations for large capital projects and the increase in budget to complete the Cougar Creek flood mitigation. And that has previously been discussed with Council and is summarized on pages 24 and 25 of your agenda package. Administration has also considered whether different approaches can be used to account for inflation and market factors more accurately in future budget planning. Additionally, funding the capital program in the face of escalating costs and the increased burden of growth and asset rehabilitation will require a close review of reserve policy and contributions and the offsite levy model projects and cost assumptions. So we have some really good learnings for future years to improve upon the framework we have in place now for capital budgeting. So I'll start with the 2024 projects that we're recommending be canceled and deferred to future years. And this is consistent with Council's direction from September of this year when we brought forward some initial changes to the 2024 capital budget. So there are a few projects here up on the screen, and they're all included in your agenda package. We're happy to speak to any of them if there's any questions.
I'm just wondering if, just how the agenda is laid out, if before we get into that, if if there's any questions around what was all contained within D1, and if I should be then making the motions for that, and then we head to the D2.
Yep,
Okay.
that would work. I think we put it together just because there's so many multi-year projects. It was kind of hard. We actually, Pelkey and I had this discussion in putting the reports together.
Yeah.
They're different, but they impact each other. So whatever works best for the committee, I'm open to.
Yeah, I just see that the D1 is really cleanup,
Okay.
and then D2 is about some things going forward and whatnot. So if that's all right, so D1, it has to do with those projects that are to be canceled from 2022, 2023, and the increased funds for the 2 projects and the closing out of the jumping platform in Quarry Lake. So just on that item, and I'm specifically on page 4 of the agenda package where the motions are set out. Are there any questions in around all of the cleanup stuff from 2022, 2023? Councillor Moore?
Well, Hillstead, I've got a question about that rock wall refurbishment, and to be honest, I'm kind of struggling with the price of it. And are there other options that we could explore, such as maybe not continuing with a wall? Just, I feel like 285 price point for that wall in the context of everything else we're doing with like taxes, it seems a bit of a luxury piece.
So the wall already exists,
For sure.
and it's unsafe.
For sure.
And removing it, we would then have to replace it with something. So I don't know that there's a cost savings in doing that. Do you know more about it?
Could we replace it with no wall?
Yeah, we can certainly look into that, as Ms. Cottle said, to understand, because of the high-profile proximity of this being the plaza for EP, we have to ensure that it looks aesthetic. And so if we were to take the wall out, of course, that would be a significant cost and electrical that's in there. And, but we can certainly explore that and advise council what that scenario would look like as a comparator.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so I just need some clarification then. If there's something to be explored, are we going to hold off on looking at this approval?
Yeah, I think we need a motion to report back with options, to defer that decision and report back with options.
Okay. Councillor Hillstead?
With those walls, since we're on that topic, like from what it looks like, just when I've been there, it looks like there's a concrete wall and then there's the rock facade. And because there was no cap, and the rocks are falling off. Now, is the electrical exterior of the concrete wall, like just conduit, and then the rock is hiding the electrical, or is it, because like one option in my mind would be you still go ahead and do the caps, but you just pull all the rock off for now and we just have a concrete wall. And then you might have exposed electrical conduit, which doesn't look super nice, but it's industrial and you can easily access it then. And then, you know, maybe down the road we can look at re-rocking it, because I just know sometimes if sections need to be fixed and repaired, it might just be simpler to remove all the rock, put the caps on still, but you might have a cost savings. You're not doing that rock work, which can be expensive. So that was just my thought. If, again, I'm not sure what options when they looked at all this, because obviously they've looked at, you know, we need the cap, but clearly the damage has gone on to large portions of the walls that need to be re-mortared, reworked. So just, I'm wondering if we looked at that, because like, I don't know if that's an option where the walls stay, because it looks like the concrete, I'm not sure if the concrete's been damaged or if it's from the report, it sounds like just the rock facade has been damaged and is falling apart, and the concrete behind might be fine, and then you could still essentially cap it, or just not cap it, because at that point it's concrete and you don't really need the cap because you're not protecting the rock anymore, and that's what was blowing up. So just some clarification on that, if you have it.
Sure. I can tell you the conduit is a mix of inside and to the exterior, or just to the outside wall.
Yeah.
So to answer that question, and the concrete, what it looks like where the rock has fallen off, in my opinion, is not very attractive
Yeah.
looking. So I think it would need to be some sort of facade.
Yeah, and I'm just more wondering, just for now, if we just, for safety's sake, get rid of the rock, because that's gonna need to happen regardless, because again, it's one of those things, sometimes when you start getting into it and you try to repair it, you just kind of keep going, and then all of a sudden, the whole thing it's all brand new rock anyway, so I'm just wondering if, for the time being, if we're looking at other options, is just remove all the unsafe rock, have some ugly concrete walls for a little bit, and then look at doing some other facade on it later that may require a cap or may not, like, because again, I'm sure the concrete pour for the cap is expensive, but I'm sure the mortar, like, rock working ain't cheap, so I'm sure that's good. Again, we don't have an exact breakdown of what each thing costs, but from what I've had to deal with and what I've seen on sites, it's generally masonry work ain't cheap, so I'm just wondering if that's kind of a in-between where we deal with the safety aspects, still have the walls, but yeah, they might be ugly for a little bit, but they're ugly now with how they're falling apart. So it's just, if we're trying to save some money and we can look at it, just get to a point where it's still functional, but we can potentially lower that cost down. But I'm just curious.
Yeah, certainly there's more to explore there. As an existing wall, and with time, the conditions change.
Yeah.
And as you, so we could be dealing with something completely different next year. More invasive work needs to be done. So it's tricky, which is why a decision will need to be made.
Yeah.
One way or another. I can't really speak to that scenario at this point.
And some of that you won't know until you start digging into it, and
Yeah.
that's just, again, I've just been on enough things where you start trying to fix one thing and you just keep ending up going and going, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, we need complete new rock, and then that's more what I'm worried about, is that the rock's going to be so, or the mortar and everything's going to be so bad that we can't actually tie it back in and make it work. So, but again,
I can say that we hadn't done that on-site investigation as detailed as we likely should have before we had scoped the project.
Yeah.
Having awarded to a contractor and where they began the work, so that's where we start to learn more about the real on-site conditions. And so what is being proposed is based on what the contractor,
Okay.
an expert in concrete work, has recommended if we want something that is going to have a long life and be safe.
thank you.
Can I go after
Councilor Burton?
Here we go, okay. I'm just trying to better understand what specifically we're talking about, because the project says rock wall refurbishment, and so in my mind, I'm trying to find out which wall are we talking about, but then the project description says it's all the walls. So is it all the rock walls in the entire plaza area?
So we're talking the plaza area, not the building itself, and it's those pony walls that you see that are, you know, 30.
All of these?
Yes.
They're walking up into the entrance.
They're all throughout the plaza, yeah, and there's,
There's not just one wall?
no, it's
all
all
them
of those
have-
little walls in the
Yes.
plaza that are like benches that people sit on during the market and kids
And the
jump
kids
on them.
walk
and-
down and jump off and,
It
my,
says the short wall system.
so my concern is the safety issue, because that's more than just one small area that needs to be remediated, so, I would support this project at the increased budget amount as a result of the need for public safety.
Question for admin, what function does the wall provide? Is it strictly a decorative thing at this point, and can we meet that need in a different way?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
What function do these pony walls provide? Like, I understand they're probably, for a lot of it, it's decorative, something to sit on, they have a certain aesthetic, and I'm just curious, are there other functions to these walls that require them to be there, or can meet that need or that function in a different manner?
Well, there's There's also the, yeah, there are places for people to sit, to congregate. I don't know if it was intended for young people to run along on them. That certainly occurred. No. And there's also a function of providing lighting, as well as help delineate between there and the landscaping piece. So trying to block people from walking into the storm areas that are really, you know, all those rocks. So those would be the main functions.
I would say as well, just with the height and their uses benches, they do enable programming of that area. If you're in there during the market, for example, they're pretty heavily used just
Yeah,
as a seating area.
Yeah,
So
like
they-
I think that function is valuable. I'm curious if there's other ways to provide that same function in a more cost-effective way. Which I'm not expecting to answer in this moment, obviously, sorry.
Sure. But we can consider that if suggestion is to replace it with boulders, they would have to be something that could be replace it for those programming benefits that would be, people would actually sit on them. And also the safety component as well, depending on how it's designed and the rock sizes.
Councillor Graham?
I'd just like to make a general comment. For me, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I'm really struggling with a lot of these, especially the engineering ones, where we get a one-page description. We need X number of dollars for this project, and sometimes it's really hard to wrap my mind around what exactly we're looking for in the scope of such projects. For me, it would be helpful to see more detail, more schematics, more diagrams of what it is we're talking about. I think this is a really good example of, I thought we were talking about one wall up the entranceway, and I think we're talking about several walls. Yeah. I'll just make that statement. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good takeaway. Thank you for that.
Any other questions around these projects from 2022, 2023?
Mayor Crowswood, I did want to note that last part C there, the closeout of the jumping platform, because
Yeah.
I didn't speak to that because it is in the project closeouts, which are kind of, there's a bunch of them. I didn't want to speak to all of them. This one in particular, though, as you'll recall, this was initially a project that was budgeted at about $100,000. Then in 2023, council increased that budget to $200,000. Again, based on feedback from contractors and cost escalations. We did put the project out to tender this year, and the low bid was almost double even that amount. So we have chosen to recommend to close this project out. We can't cancel it because some of the design money has been spent. I think about $15,000 was spent on it. But we are recommending that it be closed out, and we just not proceed with it at this point. And we have had conversations with the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation because we are working with them on an agreement that would see them responsible for capital improvements at Quarry Lake. So we've suggested to them that this might be an ideal one for them to take on.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, you want to say I told you so, or no?
We were going to have Wade do it. We were going to give Wade $500 to build it with his friends on a weekend.
I'm sorry, but I could tell you it was going to be going back to last year. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think this project is exactly one where I personally need this. I don't know what a $400,000 jumping platform could potentially look like. That there's nothing in my mind that makes those two numbers reconcile.
Yeah.
So.
And so what I'm hearing you say is, you're not looking.
So you want to be a carpenter?
Well, no, you're not looking to have the schematics that would allow you to go and build it.
No.
But you're looking,
Absolutely not.
you're looking for something to give you
Context.
a better idea of what is being presented, because we're obviously going to have to be the ones that say, well, tell me about that. And there's some details in the project, and some of us can interpret that better than others based on our own past experience and whatnot, and also on our learning styles or whatever. And some are more visual and whatnot. So what I'm hearing is that would be helpful for you to get that sort of understanding so you understand what we're approving and perhaps others can benefit the same way.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
All right. Any other questions around the 2022-2023 project amendments or projects?
So I'll just note that based on the conversation, we would need an amendment, but Ms. Jones has put up a possible amendment.
I'm still trying to decide which way to go with that.
Yeah.
I'm not quite clear, which way I want to proceed or put out there based on what I've heard from council so far. So I would love to, I've heard Council Faubert indicating, I'm inclined to go for it. I'm actually of that same mind. I am hearing Councillor Mon and perhaps Councillor Hillstead saying, well, maybe we need to explore other things. So I'm just looking to the other three. Do you have any sense of which way you'd be looking towards? And then I know which way to go with a motion.
Okay, I would be looking to explore other options to reduce.
Okay. You're looking at that as well?
I think you can explore other options, but then by the time, I think you can explore other options, but by the time you do a half job, you might as well have done the full job, like for bang for buck. But that's what I know about construction.
And aesthetic is important. Yep. It is.
Elevation places a centerpiece of our community, absolutely.
It's a flagship facility for us, and we are a tourism-based economy, and it's right there at the entrance. So I think that's a valuable consideration.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to finish. Yeah. I would say that I'm not actually worried about the aesthetic piece, more the safety piece and the programming piece, and the fact that it is worked, like the walls do work as de facto street furniture. So it would be the equivalent of us saying, oh, our benches are all broken, we're just going to remove them. And I don't see how that serves, especially with the amount of day traffic we get in our community.
So Councillor Hill said that Councillor Fo.
No, I'm fine to go ahead with it.
Okay.
Again, just from the information, like, again, if the contractor's saying that they're comfortable, that I was more concerned where you start opening it up, you start to try to patch the rock back in, and then you have to keep pulling off rock. I just could see that escalating, so that's why I still think that either way the cap needs to be poured. I'm just more, worst case, you remove all the rock and you have a concrete wall that still is functional, just doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing for a while, would be the worst case scenario. So I prefer if this needs to come back, because that kind of happens where they're like, oh, the walls are a lot worse than we thought, and the price of rocks going up, and we need to come back again. I would prefer to pour the cap, because I'm pretty sure they can do that before, and you can mason up underneath it. So I'm happy to go ahead with it, because again, I think that from a safety perspective, the amount of pony walls that are over there, I don't think this is a ridiculous price. I just more get worried that, and I've seen enough things where you start getting into it and all of a sudden you're like, it'd just be cheaper to knock these suckers down and start from scratch. So I don't think that's where we're at with this, but I do still have concerns that they'll start getting into it and we'll find out that, the rock work may have to just come off, and we might have to start fresh with a new facade of either rock work or something else. That's my main concern. I think the cap is important. Should have probably been done the first time, but hey, didn't, so can't go back. Maybe we can find that contractor and go get some new caps for free.
So let's not go there. The aesthetic that I was mentioning, that was just about the finish, but it is safety, and the lighting part of the safety as well. And these are not just plain walls. They obviously contain some extra elements within them, right?
I feel we can.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah. I'd like to speak.
Well,
but after Councillor Faubert, go for it.
I know for a fact that our administration is alive to the costs of doing business for our organization and the increased inflationary factors and the other externalities that Ms. Smithers went over. I think that for this one, when I thought it was just one wall, I was having a similar mindset as Councillor Ma, but now understanding better that it's all the walls within the entire plaza area, I feel that, and the fact that I don't know anything about rock walls or concrete caps or how we could even save $1 on this project at all. But I think that what this conversation reflects is that we're all of the same mindset. We want to ensure every dollar is maximized to the benefit of our community. After the conversation and better understanding this, I would support it with the increased cost that has come from the contractor themselves, right? So like that gives me some assurance that that is the price, because sometimes in this process, you go through several updates, and every update there's an increased price, which is no one's fault other than, you know, capitalism. But, you know, that's a different conversation. Yeah. So I would be okay moving forward with this. I would also be okay moving forward with this within the context that we've had this conversation, and Mr. Como and administration is aware that we could look at this for maybe some more additional detail.
Yeah.
Councillor Moore?
I feel we can explore a lot of these functional demands that we're looking for, such as safety, aesthetics, et cetera, but not be committed to the current design we're going to, or like phase in a different way. So if we have a particular wall that's pretty bad, and I think we know the one that we're talking about, just when you're walking in towards the main entrance on the right, perhaps this is a great opportunity to explore a different way to do that wall, and as the other walls further deteriorate, explore like a shift to that as well. Yeah, I'm curious if we are committing to a design we've already committed to that is really expensive to maintain, and we're putting a lot of money into it, and if there's other ways we can do a refresh to the front of our plaza in a different manner that is less expensive but still meets all our functional requirements. I think we could explore that.
Is the design done?
Yes, we've retained a consulting firm to do the design work, so we've already paid for that piece.
So if we're approving this, we're approving the design that's been done. I just want to clarify that the report nor the administration has said anything about anyone being at fault. We don't know if things were constructed exactly as they were designed, or if there was something that wasn't anticipated or anything like that. So there's no fault. It's just that there is a situation that needs to be covered.
It's been 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
10 years of toddlers jumping up and down on us.
And I think as we've been reminded, I think it was Mr. Hannes once reminded us that nature constantly works in our buildings trying to return them to the earth. You know, so.
Well, I can imagine the freeze thaw.
Councillor
And
Hillstead?
I think once the cap's on top of that, I've seen other walls that are really, really old. If you have a proper cap,
Yeah.
it protects that exact
Nice.
freeze thaw effect. And again, the design originally wasn't around for it. That might have been what it was, and they thought they had something set up to prevent that. And again, just with kids and people jumping on them, you knock one rock off, you make a weak point, and then nature takes its course. So I am confident that if we do go with this, that once it's done, I don't think we're going to be having this conversation 10 years. It might be 25, 30, but because again, grout only lasts so long, and you'll have to regrout it at some point and repoint it. But I'm confident that if we do this, we won't be having this conversation for a long while, and if it's in the shorter term, then that will probably be a warranty issue. So, but again, I'm happy to support this motion because again,
Okay.
I
I think I've got the feedback that I requested, and that was a good discussion. So thank you. Mr. Como?
Sorry, Mayor Cressler, just one more thing to add and I apology for having shared this after the discussion, but I think it helps support the project and the need for the project is we also noted we hadn't anticipated the type of maintenance that would be undertaken during the winter months. So when facilities is cleaning off the plaza area, they're using equipment versus brushes. And they bump up against the rocks, which is compounding the issue. So the new design also anticipates having a metal barrier, especially at the corners, to ensure that the rocks will not be damaged with the way we currently maintain the plaza.
Great, thank you. Thank you for adding that.
Just to clarify that, Andreas, thank you for that, and I'm just rereading the project summary. What I'm reading in between the lines is that doing this actually will save us operational dollars. That's the plan, is that the design, there's this comment in here that says annual replacement sections of the rock wall are ongoing, and the method of repair is not sustainable or cost-effective. So what I'm reading and what you just said in that comment is that this spend now is anticipated it will save us ongoing operations and annual replacement.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the rocks have been falling off for several years now, and we've had to go in and do temporary replacement. With this rework, we do not expect that operational cost to continue or be very minor and much farther into the future.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I know which way we're going to go. We're going to go with the original motion. The only question I have now, because we have, I'm actually splitting this already into three motions where there's the that, and that. Those are the three motions. But on the last one, that includes EP rock wall refurbishment, would anybody like me to separate out the motions so those are dealt with differently? Because you may want to support the others in that section, but if you have a problem with the one. So Councillor Ma, if you can turn on your mic.
Jeez, I would appreciate if you split them out, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I'll split out that one. Yeah. So what?
He's my assistant.
Just for the order. Thank you. Just for the minutes then, what I'm going to do is I'll make these going down. When we get to that last section, I'm going to turn it into two motions. So first of all, going to the very top. No. What? Keep going. No, up.
So this is the first motion. Your copy and pasted. This is the
Oh.
This one. Do you have that one there?
So while it's getting put up, on page 4 of the agenda package, I'm going to move that the Finance Committee accept the capital project progress report as at September 30th, 2023 as presented. That was attachment 1 to section D1. And would anybody like to speak to the motion? It's just to accept it as presented, which means we received it. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm now going to move, yes, the one that's up on the screen there. I'm going to move that the Finance Committee recommend to Council that the following 2022-2023 projects be cancelled. 7285, Asset Management Software Needs Assessment. 7226, Long Range Facility Needs Report. 7236, Passenger Rail Station and Impact Study. 7311, Heliport Landing Pad Service and Replacement. In speaking to the motion, I do note that this is a cleanup. They're canceled for now. Some of them will come back for sure at a future date. Some will depend on external circumstances, but they're going to be off the books for now because they're not moving forward at present. So I will support that. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Then moving down. Okay, so I will first of all move. That the Finance Committee recommend to Council that the following amendment to the 2022-23 capital project be approved, and that is to increase the budget for 7190 EP rock wall refurbishment from $100,000 to $285,000, with the additional $185,000 funded by the Asset Replacement and Rehabilitation Reserve. In speaking to the motion, I think we've had a really good discussion. We received some clarity around the scope and the fact that this is safety both with respect to the rocks, but also with the lighting. This is about protecting the walls better going forward based on what we've learned to date, and also, making sure that the aesthetic works with our building there. So I will be supporting this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? I think we all spoke to it earlier. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? So it's carried with Councillors Ma, Mara, and Graham opposed. Did you get that all right there? Okay, Ma, Mara, and Graham. Okay, so then I'll move the remainder, that the Finance Committee recommend to Council that the following amendments to the 2022-23 capital projects be approved. And that is, first, to increase the budget for 7244 Cemetery Final Design, a new columbarium, Phase 1, from $365,000 to $615,000, with the additional $250,000 funded by General Capital Reserve. And secondly, close out 7307 Jumping Platform, Quarry Lake. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Ma, sorry.
Let's just make sure no toddlers are jumping on that columbarium.
Yes, yes. I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And so now we will move to D2, and we'll return to the presentations. So Ms. Smithers, will it be taking it away?
Yep.
Okay.
We need the...
So
Okay.
This is the 2024 changes.
Yeah. Yeah, so first up, we have, as I'd said, these projects that we're recommending canceling in 2024, and then we'll be bringing them back. You'll see them in the capital plan in future years, and we've indicated on the slide here which year we're deferring these projects to. Two of them, the salt shed rooftop solar and the noise abatement study, were unfunded in the 2024 budget when it was part of the capital plan from last year, so we are also moving those into 2025, and their remaining is unfunded. And yeah, this is consistent with Council's direction from September of this year when we started the discussion on needing to rearrange the capital budget and plan because of some of the externalities that I spoke to earlier. Any questions on these?
Yeah, just 1 second, I'm just getting to there. So Councillor Graham, and then, Councillor Hillstad, then Graham.
I was just curious with the hazard mitigation for Three Sisters Creek construction, even if we wanted to do that sooner than later, just with all the pressures we're facing, finding construction and things like, is it not a bad thing that we're deferring it? Because I just feel like just the labor market is just hard to get to actually, if we went out to tender that project, would we even, do you think we actually get good tenders, or is it just with the market we're in, we'd be hard pressed to even get a decent tender? Just as more of a curiosity question. I'm totally fine with deferring it, it's just.
It's going to be a challenge, I think, for the foreseeable future, getting contractors on work. So to a large extent, it's just about prioritizing the projects and putting them out in the sequence in years that they make sense. For the creek mitigation program in particular, we've been waiting on a decision on the area plan lands. There's a coordination between mitigation for existing development as well as future development. And so we've actually restarted those discussions, and we'll be looking at the schedule as we coordinate through concept scheme and into the development plans for the resort center. So we may see this come back, and it would be with the intent of building it at the time that it makes sense for the community and for future development, and in a way that can be done efficiently. Thank you.
Along the same lines, the Stone Creek mitigation, is that the one that affects the CCH property?
No.
No, that's
That's
further-
Stoneworks.
Yeah, Stoneworks says, okay.
right, yeah.
Stone Creek is further along?
Stone is up on the hill.
Okay.
It's the one just above the golf course.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Your worship.
Yes, Councillor Faubert, then Councillor Graham.
I like to remember it because Silvertip's company is Stone Creek Properties.
Right,
So that's their creek up there,
okay.
Subtle, but it works.
right? So like, that's the one that put those stones through that, into the basement of the building, yeah. My question,
Their
so.
employees are going to live down below, that's where Stone works. Yes. Oh, there you go,
I like it.
okay. Okay, there we go.
I like it. I'm gonna use that for the rest of my life.
It'll be a long day.
For the first section of the recommended motion to cancel the following 2024 projects and defer them into future years, only 2 in that list have a future year of 2024. The other ones don't, and like, I was trying to match them with the capital project sheet. Do they have future years identified already? And can we put them in the motion?
Do you want to?
Oh, it's in this. Oh, it's in
Yes, sorry.
this.
It was an error on writing the motion. They're up here, but we absolutely should update the motion to include that. Thank you for the catch.
I hadn't.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, no,
It's a
thank
good
you.
catch. And maybe what we could do, Mayor Krausert, is get through this part of the discussion, and right before you're ready to vote, we could take a break.
Yes, I was
And
just
then we
thinking
could
that- I was
work
thinking
with
the
Ms.
same
Jones
thing.
to get it in there.
Yeah, perfect.
So that you're clear what you're voting on.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Graham?
Can somebody just remind me what the noise abatement study was all about? So,
Andy, do you want to give a
Sure.
summary on that?
Just transportation noise being a significant impact on the community, it was an opportunity to better understand that, so that we could then relate that back to provincial policy around noise abatement for highways and potentially look at future planning around abatement. At this point, we really don't have any data to substantiate approaching the province, and so the intent with that was to get a baseline that we could use to assess really where are we at in terms of noise.
and one of those concepts was a reduction in speed along the highway, is that correct?
I mean, there are a number of ways that you can abate noise. The typical one is to build walls, but speed affects
Walls are
noise.
really expensive these days.
Walls are very expensive.
There's going to be lighting, the kids are going to play on them.
Material types, engine types, those sorts of things. So the intent would be to get a baseline to at least know where we're at. So the study wasn't intended to solve the problem. It was to quantify and understand if we have a problem and if there is something that ties to provincial policy that we could then approach them on.
Thank you, Mr. Sartay, I really appreciate that clarification.
I'm wondering, I wasn't clear through the report where the 8.3 was actually deferred or canceled. And like just a combination, all these things add up to the 8.3 in response to the, I mean, I know it says that it was satisfied, and I may have misread it, so I apologize if I have, but if you could point out to me what's in, how do we get to the 8.3?
At a high level, it's a combination of things. It is the deferring of some of these projects, and then also in the capital plan. There were projects in the capital plan where we've moved them outside of the capital plan window, a big one being the Public Works renovation project. I think that was about $4 million coming from GenCap. I can't, that wasn't funded through debt, and pushing that outside of the capital plan that we're putting in front of council for approval today freed up some money there. And then the rest of it was Yeah, a combination of reducing scope of projects. There's a pathway project where we've reduced scope, canceling some projects. It was a combination of a number of moving parts. So I don't. Okay, yeah, I'll get Andy to jump in with the two major ones.
As Ms. Smithers suggested, there was a combination of a number of things, but the primary ones were public works refurbishment getting pushed outside of the 6-year cap window, and two big transportation projects that have been now put in as unfunded. So if you look under engineering, they are in the colored section below the main plan as D projects. And I think this is really important to note. There are two large transportation projects that are intended to accommodate our mode shift goals and our transportation goals, in particular in support of growth. So if we look at the Bow Bridge Corridor project, that's a large complete street project that is required in order to support development out in Three Sisters. And then we have complete street projects at the north end of Railway Avenue at the intersection with 17th Street and Bow Valley Trail. That is intended to support ongoing growth in that area and mode shift from throughout the community. It's connecting major destinations in and around that area. So it has come with some fairly significant impact, but that's where the large impacts are coming is in the transportation pieces and in the facilities asset rehabilitation for the public works building.
So-
Sorry, while you're going, I'm just wondering, Mr. Asarte, if it's helpful to speak to funding source, because I think what people, and I might be wrong about this, but my understanding is it doesn't always add up to a tidy 8.3, because we have a variety of different funding sources and a variety of different projects. It's not like 8.3 moved from here and now 8.3 was removed here. There's actually a more complicated math going on. I'm wondering if you want to speak a little bit to that.
I was just going to say too, and it's not just about the 8.3. Another challenge that we're facing, and this is why I spoke to the externalities, is construction cost inflation. And we're trying to, so we've had to go in across our whole capital plan and prioritize what are the most urgent needs, and where we've seen cost escalation, what can we push back to actually get those priorities done. And I'll speak to it a bit later in the presentation, but it does introduce some risk into what we've provided in the capital plan to make it work within the envelope that we have available to us. So Cougar Creek was a big part of it, but it's not the only factor that we're trying to accommodate within a pretty limited envelope. So just as a prelude to Mr. Asarte's comments.
Okay, so what I understood the motion to be was we're having to spend $8.3 million of funds that we have, regardless of what pot they're coming from or what reserves or whatnot. And we wanted to see $8.3 million worth of something that's deferred or now is unfunded and therefore pushed down the road. So in fact, we're not still spending it. It was to go down. And I guess what I need is I need to see the math. Like, I just need to see the list, because I'm going to be asked, because right now I don't understand it. Yeah, and so I was wondering, how hard is it to pull that together if we took an extended break? Does 30 minutes do, or just I mean, it doesn't need to add up to 8.3. It just needs to add up more than to 8.3 or more, you know?
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah, like that's what I'm seeing is when I was doing the this in, this out thing, and granted, I didn't go through the attachment 1 to see, compare what had moved, because I couldn't tell what had moved. And that is the piece I think I'm missing, the things that have been moved outside the funding scope.
I don't know.
Councillor Faubert?
So if I'm understanding Mr. Asarte correctly, there, in addition to this list, which is the 5.3, there were projects that weren't within our approved capital plan that were deferred. And those amounts
Yeah.
But because they're not in our approved capital plan, there's no motion that puts that number in front of us with the total. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, so
Yeah.
I just need to see
Okay,
where it comes from, so that we can say, okay, now I understand, or we understand, and then we can actually know that what we're about to approve satisfies our earlier
Yeah, so
motion.
this,
to
and I would say to that, this is the first slide of a number of amendments, and then I was also going to speak to the capital plan changes, but if you look on page 32 of your agenda, the project's halfway through that page in blue,
Yeah.
that's $25 million of unfunded work. And last year, to Mr. Asarte's point earlier, a number of those projects were funded.
Yeah.
So what we've had to do to find room for not only Cougar Creek, but cost escalation and other priority projects is move things out of the capital plan window, cancel some projects, and unfund a lot of projects that we know we need to do. We just do not have the capital budget envelope to fund them at this point.
Yeah. So
But we're
don't-
leaving them on there as unfunded because we need to get them done.
Exactly, so, and believe me, I trust that the 8.3 and more than that has been achieved, and I just don't, it hasn't been shown to me in a way that I can see it, because I'd have to go back and do the cross comparisons, and I'm going to miss something. So it would be just helpful for me to just have that summary. These were canceled, these were deferred and now unfunded, and look at it, it's more than 8.3. That's how we achieved the motion.
So could I, it's 10:15, we could either, so on D1, Ms. Smithers went through her whole presentation, pretty much, and then we started to talk about motions and what council needed.
Yeah.
Now we're only halfway through. So we could either take a break and work on what Mayor Krausert is suggesting, or we could finish the presentation. I'm not sure how many more slides you
let's-
have.
Could I please ask some questions
Yep,
before
yep.
we go for?
Oh,
Yeah,
just,
after you
we can
talk
keep
about it.
talking about this. I think it would just be helpful, before we start to get into motions, that we return to this and decide if we're going to go through all of it or address this one issue and then keep moving on. We don't have to decide that now, but
Yeah.
it'd be helpful at some point. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for talking about those other two projects, Andy, such as the Bow Bridge Corridor and the Public Works. Palliser pedestrian crossing, is that, in my mind, the same as highway underpass? Is that the project you're referring to? Okay, all right, thank you. And I know at one point we had our fingers crossed that perhaps some of that 8.3 million we might be able to claw back in grants and stuff. When would we have some more visibility towards that?
Probably closer to the end of the project next fall. Our goal is to have that all in place so that when we refresh the 6-year plan, all the costs are known and where we're sitting with the project. So
Okay.
next fall.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so, Ms. Smithers, what do you think would work best for us timing? Do you think 15 minutes would finish the presentation, or?
Yeah, I think I could get through the rest of what I would suggest is I've got 3 more slides on the other amendments we're looking at for 2024. I can summarize those, then maybe we'll break, deal with that, and then get into the discussion on the reserves. Does that work for you, Palki?
Perfect, I like that.
All righty. So I will move to the additions to the capital budget. So we did have 4 project additions for 2024, and these are in the agenda package starting on page 36, and each of these projects responds to an emergent need in the community. I think even just some of the conversation today points to a need to take another look at our long-term financial strategy update and do a revision to that. As you all know, the water slide at Elevation Place is not operable right now. It needs some repairs, so we've added a capital project so that we can get those repairs done and reopen the water slide. The recreation facility feasibility study, this relates to a cancellation of an earlier project that we talked about with the previous report, where we've rescoped it as a new project that would really identify the need for a new recreation facility in town, and what that facility would be, and do enough work that we could get to an order of magnitude cost that we could include in a future update of our offsite levy bylaw, because that is a project that would be leviable for new growth in the community. And then parking management implementation, There's a new project sheet in there for looking at expanding our parking management program to some areas where we are seeing high demand for parking with limited availability. So we want to have a new capital project to proceed with expanding the area that we have for parking management, install the infrastructure there for paid parking, and then also expand the residence parking permit program. So those are 4 new projects for 2024. Questions?
Councillor.
Just with the water slide, I'm just curious, because like it says that the platforms will be replaced. Do you know what it's being replaced with? Are we going back with concrete? Are we going with more of like a metal platform with perforations so that the water drips out so that it doesn't cause cracking? I'm just curious if we have that detail yet, or just, because again, I would hate to do it in concrete again and then we have the same issue 10 years from now where it starts cracking again. Like,
I would say the issue was not the material, the issue was the way it was designed. It was not designed
just it
to
wasn't
shed water
sloping.
very well.
Yeah, and that's why I was curious if it was metal
Yeah,
or something.
so
'cause-
my understanding is it would be replaced with concrete and then but
sloped
more
properly.
appropriately
Yeah.
designed to handle the water. And then at the same time, it's an odd area of the building because it's really hard to do high work in there. So we would take the opportunity, because we'd have to go in there and build scaffolding to do the repair to the concrete landing. We'd also take the opportunity to replace some of the lighting and do some of the rest of that kind of high level work that we can't do easily.
No, I think all the other stuff that was listed was great to see that, since if we got to get in there, we got to do some other things. With the glulam beams, do they have metal caps on them, or are they just straight glulam? Because like, again, just for future things, like, would we look at putting a metal cap that actually drips the water away from the beam so we don't have to go back after? Just because I know exterior wise, a lot of times when wood penetrates out, they just put a little metal cap on top, caulk it down, and water lands on it and sheds away so it doesn't sit on the wood. So I'm
Yeah.
just curious if because it talks about sanding and restaining, but I'm just wondering if we've looked at a more permanent solution so that hopefully we don't have to touch them again.
I think some of the permanent solution is really related to the design of that platform. Like I know, and actually that they had made some modifications to the platform because originally a lot of water was going over the edge and hitting the glulam beam. So I don't know when, but a few years ago they made some modifications to the platform to prevent the water from splashing over the side. So I would imagine in the design of the new platform, that's going to be one of the key considerations, right? Because it's kind of odd to have that much glulam that close to a constant water source.
Yeah.
So the facilities department is alive to that concern, and yeah, I don't know that a metal cap on the glulam beams is something that's been anticipated, but I do know in the design of the new platform, that is one of the things that they want to try to address.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Councillor Faubert.
On the recreation facility feasibility study, and we deferred a long-range facility needs report earlier. And I'm just wondering, is the long-range facility needs report kind of internal needs of the organization, or is it community needs and the organizational needs? Would a recreation facility be included in that as a needs assessment?
Just to confirm, you're talking about the $50,000 project on the cancellation?
That was canceled, yeah.
Yeah. So the new project really has a revised scope and would encompass what the previous project was intended to do.
Okay.
And it is about it's public, so it's about I guess recreation facilities to be provided to the public.
So we're getting the results from this proposed project that would have been included in that one specifically, but this one is just specific to that recreation facility.
I don't believe the previous project included anything other than recreation facilities, the $50,000 project. I can see how the title of it likely could have been different to communicate that in a more summary fashion.
Okay, yeah. I just kind of like, I feel like having a long-term understanding of the facilities we need, both operationally and as a community into the future, would help with capital planning as well as like asset planning and management. Right now, we're looking at $285 for the rock walls, $200,000 for the water slide. We're 10 years out from Elevation Place, but we're also doing a feasibility study on another recreation center. So I just wasn't, the feasibility on the recreation study one, I wasn't sure in my mind that I was convinced we need another recreation center, but
That was out for discussion.
But would this study help us answer that question?
Yes.
Yes.
So the original facility needs study that was canceled was focused on recreation projects. As we started to get into it, though, because we are going to be expanding the size of the community considerably, and we are consistently faced with requests for expanded recreation opportunities, what we discovered as we got into the chartering of that project was we weren't going to be, it wasn't going to produce robust enough deliverables that if there was actually a quantifiable need for additional recreation facilities in the community, to have a robust enough outcome to put into the offsite levy model. So we need to have if we're going to be saying we need new facilities and they're leviable because they're related to growth, it needs to be a fairly rigorous investigation that will give us a estimated value that we can then put into the model, and we weren't going to get that from the project that was in that approved project that we've canceled.
I like the strategy around making sure that we are collecting offsite levies for what we need in the future. I think that's really important. My other question around this one is whether or not it would take and this, I don't know if this undermines the offsite levy approach, but a regional view of recreation. Because I know we have two communities around us that have limited space as well and recreation needs. I know Banff has looked at a field house. Does that fit within this?
I mean, I would say we need to get into the feasibility, but if we look at the residency of users who participate in activities at our current recreation facilities, I would say there's a high participation in some from outside the community, so that would impact the feasibility of, I guess, both constructing and then operating a future rec facility.
Yeah, from a perspective of having like limited land bases in all our communities, combining our efforts to meet needs that we all have in one space instead of multiple, like in our, I know it's a different approach. I know that we haven't actually included recreation in our intermunicipal collaboration framework yet. We? Yeah.
Yeah, we do with the MD.
With the MD.
We have an agreement. They pay actually for a portion of recreation budget in that, it's not in the I don't know that it's in the framework. I think we have a separate agreement for that. And the recreation master plan, correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Mackay, but it does anticipate or speak to the need for regionality and collaboration. I don't know how far this project will get into that. To my mind, this really, we need something like this to begin to think about what the next project might be and to be able to begin conversations around the offsite levy. And this will be we have never had the ability before, since the last update to the MGA, to include recreation facilities. And so there's not a lot of communities who have done that yet, where they've included future facilities in an offsite levy. So having a sense, I don't know how much we've contemplated regionality in this, but it's something we can look at and continue to work with regional partners on those conversations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think they're kind of different parts of a similar conversation, but I see the focus of this one being related to growth. That's right. And I think that that's really important to plan for. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we also have some new projects in the capital budget that are related to the updated utility master plan. These are flagged in your agenda package starting on page 44. They were also discussed at council a couple of times when the utility master plan was on the agenda. So I'm not sure if there are any questions on these 2024 project additions.
And these would all then be funded through the utility?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the reserves, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
And then the last slide for the 2024 capital budget amendments. There are some amendments to 2024 capital projects that reflect the increased cost of construction or a changing project scope, and these start on page 50 of your agenda package. And they're highlighted above. There's 4 of them. We're also, in addition to this, and I didn't have a slide for the capital plan because it's really big and you wouldn't be able to read it, but we are recommending adoption of a revised capital plan as a number of projects were deferred or unfunded to accommodate the utility master plan updates, cost escalation, and the Cougar Creek project. Key changes are flagged on page 28 of your agenda package, and as was noted in the report, it's not common practice to revise the capital plan in an amendment year, but the extraordinary pressures that our capital projects are facing necessitated this. And then, as we touched on earlier, on page 32 of your agenda package, you'll notice a significant amount of unfunded life cycle work, totaling approximately $25 million over 5 years. Well, life cycle, and some of it is growth, as Mr. Assorte mentioned with the Bow Bridge crossing. Some of this represents risk for the municipality as we are unable to fund required rehab and repair to streets and other infrastructure. We're pushing the limits of our risk tolerance in not getting some of this work done, but we've recommended this approach to create the space for the funds required to complete the Cougar Creek flood mitigation and address the cost escalations that we've noted previously.
So a couple things on that. First of all, you indicated that it's not usual to change, but due to the circumstances. And I think we actually encouraged that when we've had our discussions, when things have been coming back to us substantially higher, and the thought was that everything would be taken a look at because of the new reality that we're in.
Yeah, absolutely, and
So-
that aligns with the council direction that we received. I think what's different, what makes it atypical, including that council direction piece, is that normally when we're looking at adjustments to capital projects, it's kind of those in-year, how can we move money around within a given year? It's unusual to take that entire plan that was just approved last year and start rearranging it already. But it is, what we've done here is consistent with that council direction we
And
received.
then with the risk part of it, due to the funds that we're using for the Cougar Creek mitigation, which of course is also addressing risk, if we find 8.3 through grants or other ways in this coming year, then when we get to next fall, hopefully some of these will find their way back into, like if we find those additional funds, then some of these will get moved back into the funded range or moved up as necessary, right?
Yeah, that would absolutely be our hope, and in fact, that is part of the reason. It's unusual also for us to have such a high value of unfunded projects in the capital plan, but that was part of our rationale for leaving some of these like street and drainage rehab or complete street improvements in the capital plan as unfunded, because we're trying to acknowledge and flag the risk of not funding this work in the 5-year window. So certainly, if some more funding did become available, we would want to revisit the status of some of those projects that are highlighted in blue on page 32.
Right. Great. Thank you. Any questions?
And that was it for mine.
Okay. So let's take, let me just check in with the length of break. So we're hoping that the motions will be updated with the years, and we'll be able to get sort of a breakdown of just to show us how we get past the 8.3. How much time is needed? Normally we take about a 15-minute break, but do you need more, longer than that?
We're all going to need to take a break.
Yeah.
So I think we'll need more than 15 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes?
Yeah. That's great.
Okay, we
Let's
will,
say to 28 minutes.
okay, we'll take 28 minutes. We will return at 11 a.m. Okay. we're back, and now we're going to be proceeding with the presentations around the changes and the reserves.
The problem with being up there is there's no mic in.
Well, there's not one where Sarah is either, but
If you hook into where Sarah is, you can just
I'm not
speak
hooked
to
into
it.
anything. Go to where Sarah is and you can speak to it. So we're gonna have, sorry, we're kind of doing this on the fly. Mr. Asarte is going to hook up to his computer to demonstrate the model, the kind of calculator, if you will, that we used in rejigging the capital budget and plan to free up that 8.3 million for Cougar Creek. The summary, it just was on the screen, but he'll walk through kind of the model and a couple of examples. It was a pretty complicated exercise, so I don't know that we want to get into the whole thing today, but he's going to give you the high notes of how we approached it, and then we'll come back to the summary that shows the key changes in the capital plan.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so just first before we look at the spreadsheet, the capital sheet that you have in your binder that shows projects for each of the departments and then by year is essentially, that can be exported as a PDF for your reports, or it can be exported in Excel. So that kind of is the starting point for us to build a tool. Rick prepared this for me. And essentially what it allows for is we start with the list of projects that we're going to make changes to, either because of the externalities around costs, project cancellations, project being shifted around, or because we need to make changes to free up funds for Cougar Creek. So that's how this tool works, is it's going to sum all of the changes to the capital projects and associated funding sources. So it's a big puzzle, and essentially what we're trying to do is repurpose money that's been allocated out to projects from our reserves and grant sources to Cougar Creek and to projects that need additional funding, and then unfund projects or defer projects to make it all balance out at the end. That's the exercise. And so this is a working document that we use that's been translated into the package that you have. So this is just the basis that allows us to do that preliminary math. Okay, so I'm going to show a couple of examples just so you understand how this works and where the numbers come from, and then Ms. Smithers has a summary that she can show of how we get to 8.3 million plus, which is required. So I'm going to start with the engineering flood projects here up at the top. And so, for example, anything in black is the base capital plan. I will zoom in.
And can we zoom the font on that? Thank you very much.
I know. I'm into my 40s now. It's tough.
Can we kill the lights, please, Rick? It's really hard to get any definition of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's better.
Okay. So, for example, we have the starting project funding of 4.225 million for Three Sisters Creek. We want to shift it in time, so we are going to unfund it in year 2024, and then we're going to refund it in blue in 2026. And then with that, we have all the associated funding sources, the Gen Cap, the flood grants, and so we similarly unfund it from Gen Cap, and then in this case, we're just refunding it from Gen Cap. Unfund it from flood, refund it from flood. So at this point, the major changes for flood projects simply include deferring Stone Creek and Three Sisters Creek, as well as the remainder of the projects that are out towards the end. As part of the overall Steep Creek Hazard Mitigation Program.
What does that add to? We get 4.225 plus 500 plus 2.5.
It nets to zero. That program is about 7.225 million in remaining shown there.
Those three. Okay.
For those three, yeah.
All right.
That's right. Okay, so then this is my big challenge when I'm working through this spreadsheet. One of the big challenges is that I've now got this new 8.3 million that council approved for Cougar Creek. It was funded from reserves, and I need to now refund those reserves based on council's direction. The problem with refunding the reserves that we had is that we didn't actually have any projects funded by the flood mitigation reserve, for example. And $1 million we intended to go towards this from that reserve. And so I actually had to unfund Cougar Creek. So I unfunded 5.3 million in asset reserve, and then Rick and I refunded it at 7.1. So we actually had to use more asset reserve funding than we originally intended to, just because to offset, we had projects that were funded by the asset reserve that we could use to offset that. We entirely unfunded from GenCap. There were no real good projects funded by GenCap that we could repurpose those funds for. And we added 1.2 million in MSI funding, and that's simply because when we look at the projects that we made big changes to, that's where funding was freed up, was in MSI.
And that whole change is one of the motions that's being recommended to us.
Correct. So now as we get into the actual projects, we would have needed, so for example, for Bull Valley Trail, A&W to Railway. In order to, this is a 2023 project, it's part of Bull Valley Trail Improvement South. We would have actually needed to increase that budget pretty significantly to complete the full scope from Spring Creek Mountain Village all the way around the corner of the roundabout and then all the way up to A&W. It needed more money based on the other pressures we're seeing on other projects. So it's a priority project, but it's sat lower than others. So instead of looking for funding to fund that, we actually reduced the budget in this case by 360,000 down to 540,000, and are proposing to move forward with a partial scope there. Now we have this new unfunded project that we put out in the cap plan for 1.25 million that when we come to look at the capital plan update next year, will be considered as part of the big picture. Like, how does this sit priority-wise? Can we fund it? Do we have funding sources? And so for now, it just sits as an unfunded placeholder.
Andy, I would just add too on that, so the Bow Valley Trail Railway Pathway was one of the 2023 projects that you approved the motion for to reduce the scope for that 360, or, yeah.
Street and drainage rehabilitation, we have a program where we have a number of projects identified through our condition assessment, and then a recommendation for certain projects, but then a certain spend level. Historically, that's been 2 million, then 2.5 million, now probably more like 3 or 3.5 million in order to keep up with the condition of our roads. And so this is a project that's traditionally funded by asset reserve and gas tax grants, MSI. We are showing an increase in funding in 2024 for a particular project, which we can speak to separately for Palliser Trail. And then future years, we're seeing a decrease in funding. So we've pulled forward some dollars for a project that's already tendered, but then are reducing our expenditure each year in future years. And this is part of that slide that Ms. Smithers showed, where we're deferring our rehabilitation potentially at a larger future cost. So this is an important piece that if we are to have additional funding to fund that rehab, is important. I might as well speak to the projects while we're here. Pathway network connectivity, we had that in the budget for 2024 and have two main developments that are happening. One around the high school area where we've have some pre-existing approved budgets, and the other around 8th and 8th. And these are presenting opportunities for us to work with developers in order to complete key connections, which is the intent of this program. So there are additional developer dollars that are showing up in here. 215,000 from the development around the high school, and an increase that we've put in here for a contribution to the we'll do the piece around the high school, and then the 8th and 8th will contribute to their development of their frontage. So that's captured in this budget for 865. Based on our September budget updates and work that had been progressing actually earlier in the year, we updated the budget and scope for railway to be connecting from tip 20 up to including Main Street intersection. That was touched on in the spring updates and when we had the design approved. And then here's where we start to get into some of the significant changes to the transportation projects. We have a placeholder for future phases on railway. This is Railway Ave North. The budget has been increased based on current cost estimates, and I've kept some money in the plan for design for that, and a placeholder that's unfunded for construction in 2027. Again, I've kept placeholders for priority projects, and depending on the funding picture, those can be considered by council based on at next budget update. And then the next big one is the Bow Bridge corridor. So 10 million in there. Of that, the breakdown based on the area plans is half developer, direct contribution from TSMV, and the other half is consisting of municipal funds and future grants split equally. Future grants being grants that we anticipate coming down the road for complete street projects. So that project allows us to free up $2.5 million in funds for to offset Cougar Creek. And then TP Town, you'll recall, is a project that was canceled for 2024 as part of the spring updates, and we've reintroduced it with a kind of a base scope for rehabilitation that must coincide, or is there's a sewer line upgrade that must occur in that time frame from a capacity perspective based on UMP recommendations. And if you'll recall, there was the discussion in the spring when that portion of the project was canceled to fund the current phase that we needed to bring that back in the window. So we're bringing back a base scope. There could be enhancement elements of that, but again, those presently are unfunded in this plan. Palliser Crossing is probably worth noting as well. We have a conceptual design with cost estimates. The estimate was 11 million. That's been bumped to 14 million just based on anticipated cost escalation. That is shown as funded in the cap plan, but really there is no, it's future grants, 50% future grant and 50% developer contribution. And so those are funds that all need to be found in order for that project to proceed. When you work with the funding sources, the intent is, just like a few minutes, yeah, I'll be in the transition. The goal really was to create that we created this very large impact on the asset reserve by introducing the Cougar Creek costs, and the goal was to net that out to zero. So 7.1 million of the impact is netted out of this portion of the budget. You can see we overshot by 830,000, and that's just allocations of reserves and how the math ends up working based on eligibility and different things. We used up a little bit of additional MSI. We used less CCBF. So the goal was to get these numbers as close to zero overall as possible so that the impact on our reserves, which Palki is going to dive into next, all balanced out. So that's how we introduced Cougar Creek and cost increases into the model in order to be able to redo the allocations, and you end up having to make changes that are substantially more than 8.3 million because you're losing out on developer funds that would be matched against town funds. So the overall math works out to more than 8.3, but that's how the model all works out. And then the next slide will show.
Yeah, I think if we want to flip to the slide again. Thanks for that, Andy. So taking a lot of detail and then rolling it up to a summary. Yeah, it was great. And so we've just used approximate numbers here because, as you can see, there's a heck of a lot of detail in driving these. We needed to find the 8.3 million for Cougar Creek. So we did find the 7.1 in asset rehab and replacement reserve, and then 1.2 million from MSI. And then to get there, we unfunded quite a few projects. So in summary, there's about 5 million unfunded from street and drainage rehab starting in 2025. There's about 2.3 that's unfunded for Railway Avenue North surface works, and 5 million that we unfunded from the Bow Bridge corridor design. And then we moved that public works building renovation outside of the capital plan window. So that's another 5 million. That was 4 million coming from asset rehab and replacement reserve and 1 million grant funding that we've just pushed outside of the window to make space. This all adds up to more than the Cougar Creek project, but as mentioned, we're also dealing with budget amendments that you've seen for cost escalations on projects, as well as some new projects that we need to find funding sources for. So it was quite an extensive exercise. I think Mr. Sarte did a fantastic job leading this and working with finance and his colleagues in other departments to make sure that the numbers all worked out. But this got us to where we are. And then I just did want to, I don't want to lose sight of the risk that we face in unfunding some of this life cycle works. It is needed, because we do continue to just push it down the road. And especially with the public works building renovation, not only that, but things like with the RCMP in the room, the RCMP facility that we haven't even included in the capital plan yet. It's a pretty complicated puzzle, and I just want to be transparent about the challenges that we face as an organization in not only addressing the new infrastructure that we're eventually going to need, but just maintaining and repairing the existing infrastructure. There's a lot of big parts out there. As I started off with, we've got $1.1 billion in assets, and trying to keep all these assets in shape and accommodate new growth as well is increasingly challenging. So, and I know that there's been discussion at the council table around continuing discussions with the province on funding sources. And I think that is, again, this isn't unique to Canmore. It's a challenge many municipalities are facing, so we would certainly appreciate any additional advocacy that can help us solve these complex, big issues.
And so just to clarify a couple things. So going back to the 8.3 that we have to put towards the Cougar Creek mitigation, it's our needing to do that is causing the ripple down effect.
Yes.
That's been described as the risk.
Yes,
I mean,
because
I just don't see, we didn't have a choice.
Correct.
We have to, if we're taking
Yeah.
8.3, it's got to come from someplace.
Correct, and further complicated by, as you know, we cannot fund life cycle work through debt funding, and pretty much, like, the bulk of our capital plan is life cycle. So debt, even if we were inclined to use it, is just not an option for most of the work that we have on our plate.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Asarte mentioned that there's an additional cost due to the fact that we have to move these 8.3 funds, and the timing means we lose out on developer matching funds. And I was just wondering, how much are we losing out?
It's not necessarily that we lose out on any funds. We're not missing opportunities here per se. The obligation to match will be there when the project comes. Okay. It's just that when you look at the math, it'll add to more than 8.3 because you, in addition to taking out your funding, you take out the matching funding that's coming from the developer sources. Right. So it looks like a big
So it'll come back in later.
That's right.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry for the quick work. I think I found it very helpful. In fact, not only helpful, it's essential. We just can't make the decisions that we're being asked or the recommendations. We can't approve them until we've been walked through that.
Yeah.
And so it's really, really appreciated, and sorry that it was a lot of work in a short period of time.
No, it wasn't that much work. We've done the work, so, I mean, it's good feedback for us to think about how we could be clearer in bringing things forward in the future. This is a really unusual capital budget amendment, and we don't have a lot of precedent of having to do something like this, so we're also learning. And on learning, it's not that the capital budget is so controversial that we need RCMP in the room. I did just want to acknowledge, I mean, maybe it is, I don't know, but we did want to acknowledge when former Staff Sergeant Singleton was on vacation, he got a big promotion. And didn't come back as our staff sergeant. But he happens to be in town today, and it also happens to be a big birthday for him. So we knew he was here, and we never really got the opportunity to thank him.
Nice stink eye.
We never got the opportunity to thank him for the work that he did. We're really fortunate in that the big promotion still has him involved in policing in the Bow Valley is still in his portfolio, but he's not in town as often as he used to be. And so while he was here, we just asked that he stop in so we could thank him and congratulate him and wish him a happy birthday.
Can I ask what's your new title?
So I'm an advisory and slowdown, so it's got one detachment out of Whiskey 9.
Okay.
So that's Markham detachment, Canmore detachment, Sugar Valley, Oak Oaks, High River, Red Cliff, Bull Island, Tabor.
Wow. Well, congratulations. I mean, it's cliche that their gain is our loss, but you're still involved with us, but from a higher level. And certainly, I've appreciated working with you, and certainly hope that as the transition moves through, has a replacement been named for the staff sergeant?
We're in conversations, so we'll be engaged with that. So I've been engaged with Scott and Caitlin. We're having a meeting in 2 weeks. Caitlin asked me this morning, so we're navigating those.
Well,
Like, we get to keep Jack, right?
yeah. For a little while. Yeah. I believe, I know Jack is definitely up to the interim task. Once there's a permanent person named, they have big shoes to fill, and we certainly expect to continue in the very good relations that you've set out before us. So thank you and congratulations, happy birthday, and don't be a stranger. All right, okay. Great. Once again, thank you.
You're welcome to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have an extra 8.3 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. You know where you can find that?
It's like a potluck, just keep going. Yeah, don't be a stranger. Did you bring your skis today?
It's tomorrow Louise opens, I think, yeah. Do you want to advance?
Yeah? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant on the water, and I was like,
I just buy the regular pass.
yeah, I forget about that.
Okay. Well, that was a
It's good donation.
that was a bittersweet interruption there. So we're now back to the next portion of the presentation, which is around reserves. Okay. So Ms. Beeswax.
Take away.
Good? Yes. It's my favorite topic. Yeah. Oh, my God, yes. So just like to start off with the balances in our reserves, the four main categories. What you see in light blue is all the capital reserves, dark blue utility reserves, light green are the restricted development reserves, and dark green is our operating reserves. These are the balances from 2023 up until 28. Doesn't work? Oh, pointed there. Okay, got it. Sorry. So two main reserves that I'll speak to today is the general capital reserve and the asset replacement rehab reserve, because these are the two main reserves that are used for funding life cycling of capital projects. So as you can see on the screen, the last row is the last year's projected balances in this particular reserve from 24 to 28 as per the approved 6-year capital plan. How that has changed is shown in the line above, is the funding balances for this year. There's additions, there's funding happening each year consistently. You can see we are adding in $2.375 million over the next 5 years, but actually drawing out $4.5 million from here. So we are not contributing as much as we are supposed to in this reserve. There's nothing left over for future needs in this one. The asset replacement rehab reserve.
I just want to clarify.
Yes, sorry.
With these charts and with the ones that we received earlier in the day, I did ask a question at the break.
Yes.
And so the last line in these, where it says last year ending balance, is not actually referring to the balances. It's actually in the approved budget. These were the projected balances from the year before.
Correct.
So they're different.
It's still projected.
They're different than the new ending balances based on the changes that were made. Right.
That's correct. Yes. So for the asset rehab reserve, again, as you can see, the projected balances from last year's plan takes a dip because of the draw from reserves for the Cougar Creek project. But these dips kind of meet by the 2026, and by 2028, we're back into the 18 million year-end balances. So it takes a while to come back. It's spread out over the 5 years, but we do come back to the balance that it was at, which is still not enough as per the asset management needs that Ms. Smithers spoke to earlier this morning. And the last slide that I kind of like to end with is talking about the gap in our reserves, our contributions. So based on our base contribution and our long-term financial strategy, the first column shows starting in an annual contribution in 2016, what the plan was and what was in the strategy. The second column shows where we should have been in 2024 budget, which is a total of $2.9 million, but our budget currently has just a little over $2 million contributing into general capital and asset rehab and flood mitigation, which therefore shows a gap of $875,000 for the 1 year. Cumulatively, over the 9 years, 2016 to 2024, the gap of $5.85 million exists. So had we contributed each year based on the contributions and the long-term financial strategy, we would have seen 5.85 higher in the balances for these reserves. And they were always, this intention was to keep them going, but had to make cuts due to tax increases over the years.
So just if I can just add to that, Ms. Biswa, thank you. A week from today, when we're meeting to talk about the PRAM, we may want to return to this slide or just ask you to recall this slide. This gap is part of admin's recommendation in the PRAM, is about this cumulative impact of decisions to date.
That's correct. And that's all I wrote.
Great, thank you. Looking to see if there's any questions. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Palki, for your presentation. That's more like a big picture question. And how will we ever get to the amount of reserves that we need? I just don't see any trending in funding, from granting, from our responsibilities, like, is this just a futile exercise? I'm not saying we should, like, how will we ever get to the amount that we need? Like, is there like, do we as a council need to have like a different ethic and approach to some of the things that we want? Do we need to be more stringent? Like, do we have to be careful? I'm just curious.
I think it's a combination of things, but largely it is also taxing for the contributions that we need. This is what it costs to maintain the infrastructure that we have, and the decisions that have been made over time to create or result in this gap have been decisions in the short term to decrease an annual property tax increase. The long-term impact or effect of that is this, close to $6 million. So. And again, as Ms. Smithers said a couple of times, that's not unique to Canmore. It is a bit of a trade-off of what's happening today versus how we're trying to plan and save for the future. But we can't lose sight of the need to save for what we know is coming.
And I think the work, if I can add to that, thanks, Ms. Rogers, the work that both this council has done with the provincial downloading chart and the way that that is being leveraged by Alberta municipalities to have conversations with the province. This year, if you recall, on Tuesday, our chart indicated about $5 million, and that's an annual gap in provincial downloading. So partly the advocacy that Alberta municipalities and through the work of council directing us to provide that chart is also part of that equation, because we're not the only municipality facing these challenges. So it's really a multi-pronged, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and both taxation rates and that advocacy of the province are part of the solution.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I feel we're philosophically aligned on the same page. It's just how do we make the actions to actually get there? Okay, thank you.
The other piece I would add, thank you, Palki, is just that it really highlights the purpose and value of the long-term financial strategy. That strategy now is coming on over 6 years old, and the world has changed quite significantly since we pulled that strategy together. A number of factors that have been influencing both the operating and capital budget are these cost escalations and inflation, and really trying to find a way to build inflationary factors and long-term economic projections into those strategies is also going to be critical, which we talked about. I think you raised that, Councillor Graham, last year during the budget process. So it is that multi-pronged. There's no one simple answer, but that long-term financial strategy update is going to be really helpful in looking forward.
Just again on the part of the reason municipalities are in this position is because we've developed somewhat unsustainably relative to the taxes we collect. So if you build with a lot of sprawl, you will collect less taxes over time than the cost of maintaining the community and infrastructure necessary for that type of housing. If it's medium density, it book breaks even, and inner cities, downtowns generate more tax revenue than is required to maintain the infrastructure. That's modeling that we're seeing. And so as a community, when we're looking at planning and developing communities and building out, keeping that in mind. Every time we're adding infrastructure, we're building something new, do we have the tax base to sustain it? And I think we are heading in the direction with the area plans that we've recently approved. They are much more sustainable models. We just need to reconcile now the fact that all of our infrastructure is aging based on a prior model, and that's creating for us and most communities a really large gap in dollars available to rehab assets.
Right. So a structural issue. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. So if I'm looking at the gap in long-term funding strategy reserve sheet, is $500,000 a year for general capital reserve is the target we currently have for what we want to contribute to that? And
That's
we've been
correct.
and in our 2024 capital reserve plan, we're at 475.
It's 375, and the 100,000 is just an additional interest that goes into that particular reserve.
So this line is 375
Plus 100.
100,000 in interest that's earned.
Correct.
Okay.
So the 500 is now become 375.
Okay. Do we, when we set the number that every year is our target to contribute, Where do we get that number from?
And that came from the long-term financial strategy based on the asset base projected back in 2017 for the next 10 years or 15 years, or 20 years, however long the plan was set for.
I think there's like two really important things that I'm going to be taking forward. It's one, not only that we need the long-term financial strategy, but what that comes back to us with, we then need to find a way to fund. So, right? I know that in the past, covering other municipalities, I've seen a lot of effort go into like finding that right number, because that number will determine the savings you have in the future when you need it.
Correct.
And we've seen that we need it this year.
Correct.
So I'm really excited about that work, but I also think that when I look at the asset replacement reserve in 2028, it still has a good balance. But we don't all have, like, I think the full knowledge around that's coming from that updated financial strategy to know whether that number is right for the future. So,
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. It's the right number in terms of our current long-term financial strategy, which also assumed a different funding environment with the province, right? And not the cost escalations that we've seen. So that's where, when I earlier showed what our asset management modeling is showing us, we should be putting over this time frame on the slide that's on the screen now, we should be contributing $6 million a year to keep us on pace to be able to life cycle our assets. So, and again, we're not alone in that, but a caution around, it's great that we're getting the ending balance back to where it should be over the 5 years, but that's based on a dated financial strategy that probably isn't delivering what we needed to deliver.
Right. There was no asset management model at that time, too.
So, a couple of things. That long-term financial strategy that's being added, we should have that information prior to budget next year so that it will be able to be part of our next budget cycle using updated numbers. Is that correct?
That's the plan.
Okay. Yes. Subject to things beyond our control. Right. Okay. And we heard yesterday from Wood Gundy that interest from investments is higher. What are we using as far as our assumptions and projections with regards to interest?
Around $2 million.
$2 million?
Yeah, but overall,
Okay, and is that,
grants.
is that an increased projection based on interest rates going up, or is that a carry through from the lower rates?
So each year, depending on how much investments we have and how much we roll over, we will calculate the interests, and based on that, the reserves will be allocated interests, as well as our bank needs that interest. Goes right into the reserves, though, correct?
Yeah, well, exactly, and that's why I'm
Yes.
asking, because I think it has an impact on the reserves. I'm just wondering, is our assumptions as far as the interest rate that we're getting based on the older interest rates, or is it incorporating the newer interest rates?
It's not materially factored into this.
Into this one yet.
It's not factored in?
No.
Okay, so we could get a benefit from that based on higher interest rates?
But it's literally, in this reserve, it could be $100,000 or whatever a year. It's not like it's huge.
I'm just seeing that we never, our overall reserves never go below 40 million total between all reserves. So even if half of that was somehow plugged away, and we heard yesterday getting between 6 and 10%, depending on the time, versus practically nil not too many years ago, you know.
Everybody
I mean,
helps,
like,
yeah.
when
We
I
wouldn't
think of
change
20 million, and even if it's at 6%, you know, we're looking at you know, 1.2 million a year. You know, and it could go
can
up,
all
it could go up and down.
sorts, yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean,
The other big piece.
over 5 years, that could be $5+ million that we hadn't anticipated, which all of a sudden starts to move the needle a bit too, right?
Yeah, that'll help.
The other big piece is the grant money, like the flood grant money.
Yeah.
That we've had for quite a few years, which goes into that reserve, and it
Yeah.
doesn't go into these reserves. But that's been a lot of our interest in the past bunch of years. That goes back into the flood. But that's pretty much gone.
So we wouldn't change the budget or make different recommendations for that purpose? It's a kind of a reconciliation we would
I'm
do at
just-
year end, and
E-
it's part of that
exactly. I'm
good news
just-
story. We'd anticipated X amount in interest, and great news, we got this much more,
So
so.
to the overall
yeah.
question, though, of how we get there, I think like anything, there's a lot of pieces.
Yes.
And there's what we put in the budget, how we grow, interest rates, all of these things contribute. And so, I mean, all we can do is we have to keep persisting to try to get where we need to be. And as opposed to saying it's futile.
No.
No.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And we have
Yeah.
been aggressively pursuing with CIBC Wood Gundy on investments, and I kind of watch the portfolio. They tell me when to invest, not shorter term, longer term, so I've been doing that. So it's good return on investments, for sure, over the year.
Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. And the counter to that, what you've just been talking about with interest rates and the reserve funds is our total debt and the cost of that debt that we carry. And we're sitting around the $50 million in debt with about a $5 million carrying cost on that debt every year. With interest rates going up, the cost of that debt is going to go up. I think it's kind of interesting that we've got almost as much in reserves as we do in debt. You know, there's good reason to have debt. But, you know, those interest rates are a double-edged sword, and they will cut both ways.
For new loans.
For new loans. and
Because
new-
some of
and-
it, some
yeah,
of,
A lot of that debt is
Fixed in old rates,
small, yes.
and that's fantastic. As are some of our investments fixed in old rates as well. And I know that the MSI numbers that are about half of what they used to be, and where those funds come from, or used to come from. So, yeah, just a context that everybody already knows.
Just a general question for Palki. How liquid are our reserves? Like are they 50% in investments, the vast proportion with Wood Gundy?
At least half are unrestricted, right? Internally restricted and then restricted externally too, so depending on, so like cash in the bank?
Yeah, like I was curious, like how much of like our reserves are actually like tied up in like some sort of investment vehicle, and how much of them are just straight ready to be accessed?
I can give you details on how much exactly is tied in.
Yeah, because I was curious
and-
if that proportion, if there are opportunities now with like CIBC.
Yeah, and that's what I watch for
When you talk
every-
about.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I do. I do that. Yeah, I watch the cash balances and with CIBC. No, it's just so many pieces. It's-
any other questions? No? Okay, great, yep.
I
Ms.
just
Mendez.
wanted to respond to the comment. I don't know that this information was well, I know that this information wasn't presented today to say there's a futility here. I think it's, we wanted to share as complete a picture as we can on our asset side, because it's, the message here is, as administration, we continue to do whatever we can to stretch a limited funding pool as far as we can in the interest of maintaining assets, public safety, recognizing council priorities. It's just, I think it's getting to the point where that gets harder and harder to do. So in flagging that conversation with council, it's really to say, I think we need to but we need to continue to explore other opportunities, and whether that's conversations with the province around funding sources or different funding schemes. We need to start having a different conversation, because the one we've been having for a number of years isn't going to position us to get where we need to be going forward.
Right. And I think that's why we are involved with our own advocacy through Alberta municipalities, advocacy through mid-sized cities, advocacy with our tourism-based communities. I mean, we're out there advocating, right?
Maybe we need our constituents to start advocating too.
Definitely something to explore. Any other questions before I move to the motions?
It wasn't a question. I had an idea similar to how we break out on our property taxes, vital homes. We could break out on our property taxes how much money people are contributing towards asset replacement in the future. I don't know. Like, that might be right? If we want to like, I know contributing towards increased contributions to the asset reserve could come from taxation. And if we taxed more specifically for that purpose and put that money in, we could use the tax notices to split it out and be very clear with people around that. But that's just one way to communicate. I don't think this is where solutions are going to be found, so I apologize.
No, I think that there's a combination of things, and I think, you know, obviously there's a great sensitivity around taxes, as we would all expect, and we ourselves as taxpayers feel, and it's an interesting communication campaign, and you know, maybe we need to have some discussions with our community around our funding levels, and have a broader buy-in and recognition that, you know what, if we're going to up things through taxation, let's make sure we have that conversation with our constituents ahead of time so everybody realizes what's going on and understands. And that's, I think, what you're talking to, is increasing that understanding within the community around the infrastructure gap.
Yeah, and saving now instead of taking out debt later.
Yeah.
That debt will cost more than it costs to save money now.
Yeah.
So, but taxes are hard to increase in our town.
Absolutely, and that's actually part of the reason we get to this problem, is because we know that it's a chronic condition with councils all over the province, all over the country, to take away from the savings because it doesn't have the short-term pain. And so you cut there and you rob the future, but now we are having to deal with the fact that that future is not as far away as it once was, and we have to find solutions to it, right? So.
Yeah, and further to Councillor McCallum's comment about constituents talking about provincial downloading, it could be helpful in our tax notices to actually describe, hey, this last year, we have a funding shortfall from the province of X amount. You kind of see that year over year, you're like, okay, this is like, I'm starting to understand why this is happening as well too. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people don't understand the provincial downloading piece, like, and to make that more elevated would be helpful.
Councillor Graham?
What communication options do we have in our tax notices?
There are some, but there's a lot of legislated information that we're required to share on the notice, and I think it can become too busy. We're required to outline on part of the tax notice, which we do on the back, how assessment works, how the tax mill rate was arrived at. We have to split out the education tax separate from our municipal taxes. So there is some opportunity to do that. I'm just not sure it's the most effective way to communicate with the public. Many people don't read their tax notice. So it's certainly something we can try, but again, not probably the most effective. I think Mayor Krauser did a great job last year in the framing of his discussions around the budget and really highlighting that provincial downloading piece. And so it's, again, a multi-pronged approach that I think can be helpful. We can try the tax notice. We can put things on our website. We can put an ad in the paper. We've tried that before too, explaining different pieces. And then we'll let our communications manager fill in the gaps.
What took you so long?
Mr. Robertson.
Yes, hello, thank you. Well, I think to further add to that, I mean, the other option is as we do with utility bills, we could have an insert that we put in with the tax notice.
Yes.
And I actually really like, I think it's a great idea. That's right, Pal, keep it. I think the question to council would be, what's the message that you want to put in there? Because I like talking about provincial downloading, here's what we're doing. I'm hearing what's the call to residents. So if that's the message we wanted to deliver, then what is the call that we are asking residents to do? So as long as
Instead
we're
of tell the
clear with
feds,
that.
call the province.
Well, you know, I think that there's multiple, it's obviously a bigger discussion than here is around the communication, but I think that there's multiple messages. There are things that we're dealing with beyond our control. That is one aspect of it, but we are working with the community and for the community to build a community and maintain it. And this is not, taxes are not something that we do to you. They are representative of the services and savings that we need in order to operate the community. And there's a shortfall, right? Which is all of our responsibility. Not just those elected, but every taxpayer. You know, we have a responsibility to our future generations and to ourselves to maintain our roads in a way that are safe, to maintain our buildings in a way that are safe, to maintain, if this is the standard of living that we would like to have, we have to support it. And so I think that and it's not a guilt thing, it's not a shaming thing, of course, it's just an informing thing, that this is the reality that we all face and that we all are a part of. And, I think that's reframing the issue to that, I think is an interesting conversation. But it's subject to a lot more discussion, but I think there might be some additional ways to help people understand what the situation is, right? Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah.
Councillor McCallum, then Councillor Faubert.
Okay.
Your hand was up a while ago.
I was just going to say that if you recollect that immediately prior to the pandemic, there was a report that came from the provincial government that basically stated municipalities need to tax more. You have more room to tax the public. And so I feel like this is a way of almost forcing that. And maybe that's something important the public should know, that not only are they shorting our municipalities and in the communities that we're building to support their $20 billion increase to tourism that they want, but also, shortfalling on purpose. It's part of their plan. They stated this in 2019, clearly in open documents. So I don't know if maybe it is about shaming, or at least highlighting intent, because the intent is clearly there. It's black and white, it's in tabled documents, and here we are looking at it. And so again, I keep repeating, there's we have these things, and I'm kind of nervous to a certain extent, like we're exploring new recreation opportunities. I don't want to build anything more till we can take care of what we got, to be perfectly honest. And we're going to have stuff that's handed to us from developers as well that we're going to have to inherently care for, which comes with additional taxes as well. But
And now offsite levies.
Pardon me?
Offsite levies.
Yeah,
now.
and so I think planning for the offsite levy piece, and that's the only reason really where I'm like, yeah, okay. But, if I had to put my hand up in the air to approve one of those projects, I think I would really struggle right now, unless it's housing. It's really housing or transit. That's pretty much the only thing that I think is going to hopefully get us through this massive blip. But all of this is intentional.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that's fuel for discussion and reminding, but of course, we never want to get to shaming.
No.
Yeah, that,
Highlighting.
we have to, well, we have to be working collaboratively. And that means, you know, we have to do our part, and we're encouraging other levels of government to do their part.
And we did $5 million of our part back this year.
Yeah. I think that when I mentioned the tax notices, I was getting into the how. And if I move myself back into the what, in my mind, what I would envision is that the updated long-term financial strategy also comes with communication. That's the what for me. So that's where, and so it's not, we need that strategy. That will inform our decisions, and then we need to communicate our decisions and why we're making them to the people. So that's, that's where I'm at.
I think that's a great observation. Thanks for that, because I was thinking a similar thing, that we need to distinguish between messaging and tactics. So council can help contribute to what the message is, and the communication department can do tactics. And the reality is we need multiple strategies for getting the word out. I mean, I don't want to become the person who says we already tried that, and then so we should never try it again. But we have done a lot of inserts in a lot of things to really just generate our own recycling workload. And if you think about yourself as a consumer, where you go for information, if you get something in the mail you open and there's a bunch of inserts, the majority of people don't read them, they recycle them. So anyway, I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying I think we can leave the communication department to come up with a strategy of multiple channels. And if you have ideas about channels, you're welcome to share them with Adam and his team. And then we can work with council on what are the key things you want to message. And what I'm hearing is there's a variety of things, and the long-term strategy is one piece, taxation rate, like there's a lot of messaging to get out. And then if you think about yourself as a consumer of messages, it's really hard for the public to consume big amounts of that kind of it, right? So we also need to think about it in a staged way that is consumable for people, because it's hard when you're busy, you know, bribing your kids for their Halloween candy. And running around to also pay attention to all those details. So anyway, there's a lot there to unpack. But I think what I'm trying to say is we hear you. We hear you.
Great, thank you. Now, we were going to add the future years to this motion, correct?
Yeah, they're there.
Oh, they're in there.
Ta-da!
There's still
Is that
24s
correct?
in there, though. There's still 24s.
Yeah,
The 24 in the strategic improvements should be 25? Yeah.
There's another 24.
Yeah, C should be 25.
25, 26, 25,
Yeah.
25.
25, 26, 25, 25, 26, 26.
And then the two unfunded 25s.
Yeah, that's a separate motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
That is correct now.
25, 26, 25, 25, 26, 26.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I perhaps would have said that we're moving it to those years, but,
No, I
And-
asked that question too. It has to be cancel and defer.
no, yes, cancel and defer, but I would have said cancel and, you know, $15,000 and then put to 2025 and to 2026.
Sorry.
Yeah, that would be more accurate, because the way that it was with the 2024 was actually referring to the budget year that it was in before. Yeah, so that works better. Okay, so I am going to move then that the Finance Committee recommend to council to cancel the following 2024 approved projects and defer them to future years. 7343 IT strategic improvements, $15,000 to 2025. 7344 asset management software implementation, $150,000 to 2026. 7345 recreation systems enhancements, $10,000 to 2025. 7346 finance system migration needs assessment, $30,000 to 2025. 7352 hazard mitigation, Three Sisters Creek construction, $4,225,000 to 2026. And 7353 hazard mitigation, Stone Creek, $500,000 to 2026. And then it's just a typo at the end of E there. There should be an A added there. Perfect. Right. Any discussion around this motion? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, now I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to Council to cancel the following 2024 unfunded projects and defer them to 2025. A, salt shed, rooftop solar installation, $550,000, and B, noise abatement study, $50,000. Would anybody like to discuss this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm just going to check just to make sure with 3, is everyone fine with me putting these all together? Anybody need to separate any of them out to adding the following projects? Okay, so I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to Council to add the following projects to 2024. Long-term financial strategy update, $100,000 funded from operating reserve. EP water slide area repairs, $200,000 funded from asset replacement / rehabilitation reserve. C, recreation facility feasibility study, $200,000 funded from the operating and general capital reserves. D, parking management implementation, $140,000 funded from the integrated parking management paid parking reserve. E, wastewater treatment plant upgrade conceptual design, $600,000 funded from the wastewater utility reserve. F, Railway Avenue waterline replacement, construction phase 1 south, $1,800,000 funded from the water utility reserve. And G, TP Town waterline upgrade, $440,000 funded from the water utility reserve. Would anybody like to speak to this motion or to this motion? Councillor Hillstad?
I think amended, it is actually just from operating for the first one. It's not operating.
It is just operating?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Which has been
It's a
amended on the
transfer
screen.
from the operating budget to the reserves.
Oh, the operating
to fund that,
budget,
yeah.
okay, okay,
Ah,
okay, thank you. I thought it was the reserve, so I said, thank you for that correction, so that's noted. Motion's correct. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that the Finance Committee recommend to Council to amend the following 2024 approved projects. A, change the budget and scope for 7359 Complete Street Improvements Railway to Main from $5 million to $6 million funded from grants, MSI and CCBF, and reserves, asset replacement / rehabilitation reserve and offsite reserve. B, increase the budget for 7357 street and drainage rehabilitation from $500,000 to $1,650,000 funded from the grant CCBF and asset replacement / rehabilitation reserve. C, increase the budget for 7358 pathway network connectivity from $250,000 to $865,000 funded from operating, developer, and grants, MSI, ICIP. And D, decrease the budget for 7371 Railway Avenue wastewater upgrade from $2,400,000 to $1,750,000 funded from debenture and wastewater reserve. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I move that the Finance Committee recommend to Council to adopt the 2025 to 2028 capital plans as presented. just speaking to that motion, I would like to acknowledge that for a second year of a 2-year already approved budget, administration had to do a ton of work between having to move funds due to the $8.3 million costs that we had to absorb, and also due to the fact that we're in a time of high inflation, low supply, shortage of workers, et cetera. And it's really appreciated, and I recognize that the administration has indicated that, you know, this isn't something that they like to see on the second year budget. It's exceptional, and I think the work was exceptional too, so thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert?
I might be out of order, but there were 2 2024 capital project scopes that I wanted to discuss.
Okay. So you had some questions of clarification that you needed?
Yeah,
Okay.
and so, and it's my understanding, because we've already approved the 2024 budget, when we amend it, we don't need to approve it as amended, right? Like, we don't need another motion to approve it. It's was approved last year, and all these things we just did change it.
Their amendments, correct.
But we don't then need to approve as amended again. The whole budget? The whole, yeah. No, just the project. Yeah. There were the two projects I wanted to discuss were, I'll start with the dog park, Spring Creek.
Oh.
I know it's unfunded, and the potential scope change that I was prepared to put forward is to consider relocating the Palliser Dog Park to a new location in 2024 if needed, as opposed to building a new dog park in Spring Creek. The reason for that is if plans go forward with CCH to build in Palliser, it's on the same location as the current temporary dog park. And once that project moves forward, that dog park would either be removed or it would need to be relocated. And for it to be relocated, we would need in this process, I think, to provide that direction. Am I?
Okay, so where we're potentially leading to is a proposed amendment, but obviously a question of clarification needed. So how would administration propose we deal with that dog park in Palliser?
Well, I'm looking at Ms. Smithers, but I don't know that we're there yet.
Okay.
But I appreciate you flagging it because it is, I know, on the radar. We're still waiting. Council hasn't approved the ASPs yet, but it's coming to you on Tuesday for second and third reading in Palliser. And then I know CCH has begun their work on planning for developed, but I don't know about the timing of that phasing. And so my thought is if CCH or the town was going to move something forward in 2024, given that we don't know yet what that looks like, we could come mid-year for a budget amendment once we know, if that was needed. It might be that it's needed and we look at it for the 2025 budget, but given we don't know, unless you know something I don't, I think we could bring it as an amendment once we have more certainty on the planning phasing.
So there was 2 parts to your question as I heard it. The first was, could we kind of rescope that existing Spring Creek project? To that, it remains an unfunded project in 2024. So if we don't find a funding source for it, it effectively just kind of goes away, right? We would have to bring it back in a future capital plan. So I don't know that that's an approach I would take. I would say, as Dr. Cottle noted, next week, the Palliser ASP is back to council for a second and third reading. So that could be a discussion at that point at council. And then there could be, if you wanted to pursue it at that time, maybe there could be a motion arising to consider the relocation of the Palliser Dog Park in the 25. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that suggestion. I think that coming out of the ASP as a motion to consider what to do with the dog park if a project comes forward, that, I like that. I can definitely bring that forward.
Yeah, and then that'll give us time to put it in either bring it into the capital plan or budget somehow, and also give us more time to actually get a sense of what the timing of it would be. Because to Dr. Cottle's point, we're still embarking on, get it? Embarking, see how I did that? So, anyway, so that's what I would recommend.
Yeah.
I think that's a good approach going forward. So you had another one that you wanted to talk about?
Under utility, water, solid waste services, container replacement 2024. This is a bit of a longer explanation. So I know that after the election, that there was still some interest in adding additional organic diversion containers to neighborhoods in Canmore, including Palliser. And then I know in last year's budget process, I did ask a question around continuing to add containers into the community. And I know that there comes a point when more containers doesn't equal more diversion. And that it was felt that there might not be more locations for containers that would increase the rate of diversion significantly. Since then, through the Palliser area redevelopment plan process, I have had a number of conversations with residents in the Palliser area who have asked, can we have an organic diversion bin? And with the potential of approving the area redevelopment plan and higher densities, I think that there could be some benefits to having a organic diversion bin there that would see an increase in diversion rates due to the densities. But we only have in our budget a container replacement project. So my question would be whether it would, in order to achieve an organic diversion container in the Palliser area, if that scope needed to change to include maybe new locations as needed. That being said, the scope of that project could already be in a way that would consider new locations.
So I would say we can certainly do that. We would have to change the scope because right now we're simply talking about replacement and recycling waste, so it's not specific to food and additional. And to be honest, I'm not sure what the value that we would need to add to that as well and what the impact would be. I suspect it wouldn't be more than $10,000. But so I think it's something we can accommodate. I would suggest we update the scope to reflect that, as well as add an additional $10,000.
If I was going to do that, can I prepare that during the lunch break?
I'd like to, Ms. Smithers, you had a suggestion?
I was just going to point out that Mr. Camo still needs to walk through the utility
Yeah.
rate model, which would touch on
And
both.
So I'm
water and
actually,
solid waste.
I actually was just going to mention that actually going to move that we table this motion until after the utility plans, because the capital plans are going to be discussed then, and we should hear that before we approve this. And so perhaps during the break, if Councillor Faubert was to coordinate with admin as to what, if any, amendment would come, then we would do it when we come back to this plan.
Yep, that'd work.
All right, does that work for you, Councillor Faubert? Okay, and everybody's good with that? Okay, so I am actually then going to move that we table, I put this motion out there, but we're going to table this motion until after agenda item D, D4. Okay?
I think we could, this one or my one?
This one, because this includes utility, capital, and that's actually going to be dealt with in D4.
Okay.
So we will, would anybody like to speak to that tabling motion? Call the question, all those in favor? Carried unanimously, so that item will be done after D4. So now I'm going to suggest that we take a break and we
Mayor
come back.
Krauser, sorry, there is one more motion in this report.
Oh, okay.
That is just about the funding of Cougar Creek. That's a change in the
Oh,
structure.
right.
If we could do
Thank
that
you.
one now.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Yeah.
Let's do that one, okay. Thank you. So, see, that's item number 6.
Sorry, there's an A and a B there. There's the creek and the pathway improvements. Both are, yeah, it's up there on the screen.
Yeah. Okay. I will move that Finance Committee recommend to Council to approve the following amendments to the 2023 capital projects budget. A, change the funding source for $8,300,000 CAP 1562 Cougar Creek long-term mitigation from $5.3 million asset replacement rehabilitation reserve, $2 million general capital reserve, $1 million flood mitigation structure maintenance reserve to $7,100,000 from the asset replacement / rehabilitation reserve and $1,200,000 from the MSI grant. And then B, change the budget and scope for CAP 7299 Bow Valley Trail pathway improvements south from $900,000 to $540,000 to be funded by asset replacement / rehabilitation reserve. Would anybody like to discuss this motion? Any comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll take a lunch break, returning at 1:30. Good thing.
Right?
Hey, we're back. We're moving on with item D3, 2024 to 2026 proposed solid waste services budget and rates. Mr. Como, is that you that's presenting?
It is, yes. Thank you, and I thought, though not for this, but the next step, where we talk about the water utility, I just wanted to introduce Stephen Daw, who's with SEMA Plus, who will be supporting administration with that presentation, so.
Welcome back to CanWork, because you were presenting before as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hoping to add on to that, get some more clarity for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. So with that, I will begin. So the key things I wanted to highlight with this presentation is since the 2023-2024 budget was approved, there's been a number of key changes that have occurred over the last year that has prompted us to need to come back with a number of amendments for council. Specifically on the solid waste services side, we have two areas that I wanted to talk about. One is the baler replacement for $28,000. This is the WM map is a waste management assistance plan. It is a program that the town of Canmore accessed funds for the baler at the waste management center back when we built the new waste management, when we built the center. The conditions of the grant is that you are obligated to pay back 100% over an 8-year term. There was a little bit of a mishap here where, because it's been 8 years, we thought we would no longer need to do that payment this year. We had taken it out of the operating budget. And because we'd forgotten that the payment started almost 2 years after it went in. So there's a miss on it for this year that for 2023, but we did want to make sure that we put it back in for 2024 so that we don't have a variance. And 2024 would be the last year of that payment. So then we've met all of our conditions. The second one, the biggest one, is our long-haul contract for the municipal solid waste sector. Currently, we are working we have a contract through the town of Banff, who they're providing the service for us to do our collection of municipal solid waste through our waste management center. It's currently hauled to West Dried Meat landfill near Camrose, so it's about an 800-kilometer round trip. And it's the best tipping fees that you can get in the province within a moderate driving distance. So it's really inexpensive, and that's why we've been going there. And we've been doing it through the town of Banff at really no suggestion that we would that they would really profit from this. They needed to do something. They needed extra tonnage to make it worthwhile for a business case, so we had worked together, and they provide the infrastructure and the service, and then we pay them directly. Similar theme to what we've been talking about for a while is costs continue to go up, and they continue to escalate, and they have for Banff during COVID and in the last couple of years, to the point where they needed to put us on notice that they had to increase the fees. And they did it. They'd let us know the fees would need to increase in May, and I said, oh, well, what's the fee increase? And they didn't share that with us till August, and that it would take effect October. So really short turnaround. For us, really unfortunate that it wouldn't take place later, where we were able to plan a little bit more. So we will likely have a little bit of a variance on the long-haul contract for 2023. And of course, that continues on. So through the discussion, and again, this continues to take it to the Camrose facility, we had done some investigation going, well, that's a 20% increase is significant. It's about $110,000 a year. So we did a bit of investigation ourselves and looked at the City of Calgary landfill site, and we think that there's an opportunity there, again, through the town of Banff, because they already have the infrastructure. So they're investigating that right now, where they would take it there. The tipping fees are much higher. That's the trade-off. But the benefit would be, we'll still have to pay 20% more, but there may be an opportunity where we significantly reduce our greenhouse gas impact. Not only for transportation costs, but most notably, the difference between the Camrose site and the City of Calgary site is they do methane capture. So we've calculated that we can reduce our greenhouse gases, specifically on the hauling and the tipping, by over like close to 60% by moving this. So we're really pushing Banff to do this. Well, hopefully we'll hear some more information by the end of the year, that would be our opportunity to continue with them. They're just doing some work for us. Irregardless, right now, we're looking at a 20% increase, and so that's another big change that we have to deal with within the solid waste services budget.
So that one then, that will go to any proposed fee increase that we're asked to approve? Is that right?
Yes, the fallout for this is that we currently have a 2023 and 2024 rate approved. We'll be coming back to council to request the 2024 rate to be amended to be able to allow us to afford these changes.
Okay, so that baler right now is not in the capital planning summary, and it would be added?
It's actually an operational expense.
Oh, it's an operational.
It's a repayment.
Okay, so this is just heads up that this is coming as factors with respect to a request for an increase. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I should have been more. These are purely operational. There's no capital changes on the solid waste services side that's being proposed. Purely operational. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want questions at the end?
If you have questions now that's relevant to this, sure.
I have, if it's okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
And I meant relevant to this slide is what I meant.
I will try.
Okay.
I'll try my best. Prior to using the town of Banff to haul our municipal solid waste to the landfill, we were using Bow Valley Regional Waste Management Commission, if my memory serves me correct?
Correct.
Would it be possible to go through a process to re-explore what that would look like from a price perspective, or do some sort of request for proposals process? Because if my memory serves me, we sole source contracted this to the town of Banff back in the day. There wasn't a competitive process for bids.
Correct. If my recall, we had tried to go through the commission, and the costs were escalating. There was a suggestion by the town of Banff that they could do it for cheaper, and so we did agree to support them in their efforts to have the control as well over the service levels as well as the costs, which is how we've ended up in bed with the town of Banff on this.
And if writing about it at the time, I recall that the contractor that the Waste Commission used, after the contract was changed for Canmore to use Banff, came back with a competitive bid, but we'd already changed. So I guess my question is, seeing some of these numbers go up from the town of Banff, is it possible sometime within the next several years to revisit how we deliver this service in a more competitive way on the market?
I think there'll be potentially an option to do that within the next 3 months, depending on what the town of Banff comes back with. So if they're unable to meet our suggestion of hauling directly to Calgary, because we see a lot of benefit from that from the GHG side, we've done some preliminary costing ourselves. We feel that pricing should be within that ballpark. We also want to support the town of Banff. For them to do it alone, it doesn't become cost effective for them because they need the tonnage to displace those costs, which is why we collaborated with them. That said, the equipment that they have a life cycle, and I would suspect in the coming years they would be at a juncture where they need to make a decision: do we continue with this service? Do we replace the equipment? Basically doing a review, and I think that would be the opportune time to see if Banff is still the appropriate direction to go, or do we go with a third-party contractor?
I think that's really good. I know that Banff does have a contract with Parks Canada, So we're not their only contracted service
Yep.
provider, or we're not the only ones using them. And I think from like it's more like, I get that us supporting Banff in the service delivery that they do, but I also really want to want to see some savings potentially. Anyways, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
It does. And just, I would just, to help hopefully put you a little bit at ease, we've done some cursory look, like not a formal proposal request, but we have seeked out 2 companies who provide the service, including the one that had done the long haul for us before, and what are potentially preferred rates with the City of Calgary. And based on our tonnage, that's why we've largely accepted the suggestion from Banff that they need to go up by 20%, because now we are, the numbers we received and what they've shared with us are similar.
I want to thank you, Mr. Como, because the answers to your questions tell me that you're looking at the things that I was hoping that you were looking at. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to be clear, the net cost to go to Calgary and the net cost to go to Camrose are about the same, but we're going to save in GHGs. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the cost, to be clear, is a combination of the vehicle costs and the tipping fees.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so the net cost of that is comparable. We've got some other benefits that we may look at.
Exactly. That's why we want to do this, because we think there's benefits that we really want to make sure we capture.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So that's, so I've highlighted in blue where we had to go back and take a look at the utility rate model to deal with these operating adjustments. So we didn't take a look at the capital or the growth. And when we went to go take a look at where the utility rates need to be based on ensuring that we have a reserve balance meeting the target in year 5, as you can see here, we want to make sure we're above the red line or skirting it. At least in the first couple of years, it's not so bad to be close to it or just below, but certainly in year 5, we want to be well above that to deal with bumps that we've experienced in the past. And so with that, the only change that we would be proposing to address the increase on the operating side, specifically for waste collection, is going from a 5% increase in 2024 to a 15% increase is what is required to ensure that we have the sustainable balance. So you can see the rate goes from $19.77 a month to $22.74, and that increase works out to approximately $46 a year. So I know the percentages, especially on solid waste services side, tend to sound high, but in dollars, they're not that high. So that's why it's about $4 a month, less than $4 a month, or $46 a year is the increase that we'd be asking people to go from 23 to 24.
And that's a flat rate for every household?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So just a process question. At what point do we get proposed a recommended motion to approve rates and changes? Is that at a subsequent meeting, or were we to do that today?
Well, I think it would be good to get the nod that council is supportive of this, and then formally we would bring it back at the council meeting to when you formally make the other changes, that you would also make the change to the waste control bylaw.
So that's the budget approval meeting in December? Okay, so this is background for that, but this is when it's coming back to us. Okay, thank you.
I have a weird question. If people recycled more and diverted more organics, would we spend less hauling garbage to the landfill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, it's a It is certainly a trade-off, and ideally, we would want to be spending the monies on processing and transporting recyclables and organic food waste, for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Question for Mr. Como. What happens if Banff elects to stay with the status quo and keep going to Camrose? Are we just going to piggyback to that, or are we going to perhaps find a different? I was saying, what happens if Banff decides to stick with Camrose? And are we still going to just piggyback with Camrose, or are we going to actually explore a different option?
We would explore different options.
Okay.
We've made it clear that we believe that hauling to Calgary is
There's a benefit.
is better.
Yeah.
Especially because our cursory work has shown that the hauling is and the tipping is going to be similar. There'd be no reason not to do that.
Okay.
So we're really pressing for that, and we're hoping that expecting for them to come back with that, with just firmer numbers so that we can update the agreement.
Okay. And maybe this is a question for Councillor Mara. How does this tie into like Newell County and the whole Sewa piece? Like, I know they're still early, but in a couple of years, is that project going to be taken off? We could just bring our stuff to that, or?
The project is still, a lot of it has been in camera, so I can't speak to it.
Yeah, okay.
Because of contractual doings or processing. But hopefully down the road, but we're probably like 4 years out, 5 years out.
Yeah, that's what I was curious
sure.
about for like.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions on the solid waste services side, I'll jump over to the utility side. So similar, since the 2023-2024 budget was approved, a number of things have been finalized, and they have a significant impact on the utility. So most notably, the 2022 Utility Master Plan that was presented to the Council in May had identified a number of projects that are not in the current 6-year plan. We had also done a capacity evaluation of the wastewater treatment plant, which we did not do in 2016 because we had done one in 2012. We felt it was too soon, but now enough time has passed that it was appropriate for us to re-look at the plant and see. And again, it identified a number of additional projects that we had not included in the capital plan. So more changes. We have a new approval to operate with more stringent conditions that have been placed on our effluent limits entering the Bow River. So then we needed to evaluate the plant further to determine, okay, can this plant do this? If it can't, what needs to be done? And begin that work, because the timelines for the approval to operate and to meet those conditions are by 2031. So seems like a long time, but we're probably talking 2 or 3 years to do any significant upgrades at the plant. So a lot of pre-work needs to be done, and anticipating construction will take multiple years. We did this technology assessment, and that's partly why I have Mr. Daw here to later on in the presentation to walk through that in more detail. But that one also identified some significant costs and projects within the short term and the long term that we needed to ensure were also captured in the 6-year capital plan and the utility rate model to understand what the impact will be. And so those are significant pressures, identified a number of projects, and with that, we needed to look at the capital plan. So we looked at the utility rate model, looking at the different funding sources, the terms, the timing, and then we needed to take, again, look at the utility rate model, particularly to determine how much revenue, additional revenue we are required to have in order to ensure that at least at the 5-year horizon, we are still above our reserve target for the utility reserve, making sure, our balance, sorry. And so when we punch that all in, there's obviously some changes to revenue increase, and we have for council's consideration a number of scenarios for you to consider. One that administration would be its preference, but there's some options for council to consider, and we would like, I think it would be beneficial to get direction from you so we can come back with the appropriate rate increases. Similar to the solid waste services, we'd be coming back in council in December with a bylaw update, because we already have established 2024 rates that, because of those changes, we'll need to make amendments to the rates. So what I have now is a list of projects. The ones I've highlighted in blue are new, and you can see over half of the projects that you're going to see in the 6-year window are new. So lots of work that needs to be done, and unfortunately a lot of money that needs to be spent to make sure. And what we have here is a combination of projects that are for meeting growth, meeting life cycle, as well as meeting the regulatory components. So the ones that are in white are already in the capital plan, and they are already, the ones that are highlighted in the shaded rows of 23, 24 are already approved. And so I don't know what council would like in this forum, if you would like us to walk through each project or just list them and then see if there's any questions. I have 4 pages of this, so there's quite a few, and I guess I would like to see what your preference would be. Or I could speak to just the blue ones.
Yeah. I would love for you to speak to the blue ones and then give us an opportunity to ask any questions around them. Councillor Graham, did you have a suggestion? And you can turn your mic next.
I was just looking for an update on the odor control upgrade as well, if that's appropriate now.
Yeah, we can.
Better understand that for the community.
So that's going to be coming back
on Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Tuesday? Okay.
Yeah. And there's actually going to be a change in scope requested, same price, but giving the details. Okay.
Yeah, it currently doesn't have any detail. Now we're going to put the detail on it with the same price. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so speaking to the blue, the UV disinfection upgrade for $500,000 out in 2028. The upgrade that we're doing right now is just dealing with 2 of the 3 channels. 2028 would add in UV bulbs utilizing the 3rd channel, which is the final process in the plant, and that is intended to take us out to build out there. The next 3 are, I'll just touch on them. Yes?
So, and that must be different than the current one that's 700,000.
Yes, the one that we are in the process of working through right now it's kind of complicated. Thankfully, there was some pre-planning done with the wastewater treatment plant. There has always been 3 channels, and 2 of the channels, or one of the channels have always been empty with the intent of expansion. The bulbs that are in the first 2 channels are becoming antiquated and old. Yep. And so the intent is to add 2 new sections of bulbs in the 1 channel that already has bulbs in it, and the 3rd channel that doesn't have any. And then the one that's out in 2028 would replace the one that has bulbs in it that we're not replacing. So it's going to serve as more as a redundancy at this point.
I think I understand. Thanks.
So the final 3 are related to the technology assessment that Mr. Daw will speak to in more detail. But as I mentioned, the 10 years or 8, 9 years is going to go by pretty quickly. So a lot of investigative work needs to be done now, beginning with a conceptual design, potentially a pilot, and then once that's been sorted, a more detailed design with plans to build outside the 6-year capital plan, but within the next 10 years. The technology or the capacity evaluation identified a number of projects that are a combination of upgrades where they would provide more capacity or simply replacement because those items have met their useful life in a fairly corrosive environment. So we have the inlet lift station upgrade, which is a combination of a number of projects that are looped together, but it's all working in the same areas. Out in 2027 for $5.2 million. The grit separator upgrade, changing the screen sizes from 15 to 6 millimeter. And then we have the headworks channel valves for 530, water heating and makeup air upgrades in 2026 for 2.17 million. And then, love this, scum removal piping in 720, and that's to take debris or scum material from the front of the plant, instead of letting it run through the plant, is running it directly to the digesters to make them more efficient. So those are highlighted in blue, and you can see that those ones were not identified originally in the 2012 capacity evaluation, so a big hit to utility. We also have, you can see we're doing renewable energy retrofits over the next $200,000 each year to make the plant, which is our biggest user of electricity and power, more efficient. And then, of course, there's the replacement of Pump House 2 or wastewater treatment plant 2 this year. And then another project is our water treatment plant, or Pump House 1, down by A&W. That's our second source of water. We're looking to do a chlorine gas upgrade right now, so that that's safer in case, so we don't ensure that we don't have a gas leak. And then, especially when in light of the ASPs and anticipation of more development out towards Three Sisters, there's a need to move ahead with the design and construction of the Grassy Reservoir, which would feed that location.
Just on the wastewater treatment plant 2, that was, of course, funded this year. I look in the progress, and there's been some design. Actually, where is it here? Where's the 20 minute? Right there. So the qualified contract is complete, and submission deadline's late October. So construction is looking to start.
Sorry, is this for Pump House 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
the 20 million?
Yeah. It becomes,
or sorry, Pump House 2.
It becomes WTP2.
Yeah.
Right?
We want to change the name.
Yeah. Yeah. So when is that likely to start, and what's the projected finish?
It closed yesterday, so we are looking through the submissions. Yeah. Coincidentally, we had shortlisted 4, and 1 chose not to submit. So we have 3 proposals that we're evaluating right now, making sure it meets all the conditions. So we don't really have those details to share at this point. Yeah. But the deadline, the submission has happened, now the evaluation, and if things go well, just because of the time of the year, we'll likely not be mobilizing until March.
Okay. And then how long is that construction expected to be?
I would say 2 years.
2 years? Okay.
Yeah.
So it won't actually be online until 2026 or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll be running the other plant simultaneously. There'll be obviously commissioning challenges with a plant of this complication before we do it solely on the new facility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then Silvertip Trail waterline twinning for 1.3 out in 2020. So that's a new project where we have a reservoir up in Silvertip that is large. It's being underutilized right now. So this was a project that was identified by SEMA to defer the Smith Creek Reservoir that will ultimately be needed out in Three Sisters in the Smith Creek area. And so what the idea is that we'd run a direct line up to there, and so we would be able to take water from that reservoir to feed the rest of the town, deferring the cost and the construction timing of the Smith Creek Reservoir. So that's punted out. Then we have Bow Valley Trail wastewater upgrade. So those are already approved. And then, of course, we have more work along Bow Valley Trail out in 2026, 2027. and through the TP Town area, or Baron-Vauban Valley Trail. And then we've talked about this today, the design work for, or the construction of the railway Phase 1, so that's from the railway line in the south end to just past Main Street. And then to do Phase 2, which is at the north end along railway in subsequent years. So those are the new blue ones. So they align with engineering's road surface work. And then the other projects are already approved or in the capital plan. I think this is the fourth one, final page. So TP Town along First Avenue to Bow Valley Trail, or 17th Street in 2026 we've added. And then we have a new one here, a water line upgrade along Mountain Avenue, so sort of in the back of TP Town. There's a lot of interest in developing along there, and we have effectively a garden hose going underneath the road right now, so we need to upgrade that pipe to allow development to occur. So that work needs to happen next year. And then, yeah, these ones following ones are already in the capital plan. And then lift station 11, which is one of the new lift stations out in Three Sisters, again anticipating growth and demand out there that we'll need to move on to upgrade that lift station more formally. And then through the UMP update, it was there was and actually in particular the Pump House 1 or the Water Treatment Plant 1 upgrade, when we were at the table with TransAlta working through access issues, it had come up that we have a reminder that we have a commercial agreement that, quite frankly, neither party had really looked at since probably 1960s. But it had limitations on how much water we can withdraw, and what that identified through water modeling is that at full build-out, we may be in a situation where we don't have enough water supply flow rates that we can meet. So the intent is to do a study to see if do we need additional license, water diversion, or do we need other capital works that we can do, for example, making reservoirs larger to deal with water demand during peak times. And that's it for the 6-year capital plan, but I also wanted to highlight that there are other projects that Mr. Daw here identified and his team that is putting considerable pressure on the utility. And I think it's important to not just talk about the 6 years, but also the 10 and 25 years. So the water line upgrade, and it's a case of timing, which is why it hasn't shown up till now, but it's a recognition that a number of our pipes along the valley bottom, both on the water and the wastewater side, are going to be hitting 75 years of age by 2041. And obviously we can't afford to do them all in that year, so a number need to be started to be done beforehand, and hopefully not too many after that date. So it's just, we have that number in there, which is about $32 million in the 25-year plan. Currently in the utility rate model, we have them all down at the end, but as engineering works through its resurface work schedule and locations, we would be bringing those sections forward. But they're in there right now and currently at the tail end of the model. The water facility upgrades, particularly the Grassy Reservoir, outside the 6-year, but in the 25-year, we're looking at another $6 million upgrade to meet growth. The Smiths Creek Reservoir is also in there at $13.5 million. Because this is likely all to do with Three Sisters, this one is all off-site eligible, but depending on who builds the facility, we may front those costs, so it would be on our books and obviously captured in the off-site levy model, but there's still discussions to happen here in terms of who's going to build it. But it's a risk right now because we haven't had those discussions, and the conservative approach would be to have it in our model. And then, of course, the wastewater lines, another $20 million along the valley bottom that's anticipated. And then The big one with the regulatory changes and the combination of that plus growth and life cycle, our wastewater treatment plant is going to need a significant upgrade in the next 10 years. And that is estimated to be in the $100 million range. And so not in the 6-year plan, but in the 10, so really critical to be having those discussions and sharing that information with council now, and also understanding what the impact is on the ratepayer at the same time. So this is the point where I'm going to, unless there's any questions specific to this, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Daw to speak more about the wastewater treatment plant.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. And to be clear, these are today's dollars, not 2041's dollars, correct?
Correct. And this is without us going to bid.
Right.
And having them, not a knock against Mr. Daw, but just the industry is trying to find contractors. For them to find sub-trades is really challenging right now.
And for us to look out that far, we have no idea. And then with the big wastewater treatment plant coming up, thoughts around strategies to get us, like I see we're spending a lot of money between here and there to get there. Are there any cost savings that we can just kind of limp along? That's not a strategy
I would say on
advocating
the utility side, no.
So we need to spend that money regardless of what happens there.
Yeah, like for example, to help, we could not, we could decide not to replace water lines, for example, and but they start leaking and leaking considerably. So not only do we have water loss, we're now spending significant dollars in pumping to maintain those pressures even though it's leaking.
Right.
So we're spending a lot in the operational side on power. And then, of course, it starts to suggest that the water treatment plant can't keep up and the reservoir levels can't keep up. So it just goes down the line where those impacts are. So that would be one example of why it would not be prudent to defer any of these projects.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dodd.
What was that?
This just basically goes into the 100 million. No, this is all about the 100 million item.
Yeah, so I mean, Andreas asked me to come here and talk about the wastewater treatment plant. I think, at least my goal here today is to try to help everybody understand more about why we have to do it. I think I talked about it briefly at the last presentation. But I'm hoping that I can explain it in a way that everybody can take it to other people and explain. So let's start. So quick agenda here. I'm going to just review the capacity assessment that we went through before. I'll talk about the quality limit changes that are coming up in 2031. Talk about the processes at the plant in a high-level way. What sort of upgrades we've reviewed and what we're looking at, and then kind of the site layout, the costs, and the project schedule overall. A lot of words here. I'm not going to read all this stuff, but basically right now the wastewater treatment plant in Canmore is a BAF, biological aerated filter. There's a lot of acronyms here. Feel free to stop if I just keep going with it, but essentially it's a two-stage aerated cell. The first cell deals with organics measured in BOD. That'll be on the next slide. Maybe I'll flip back and forth. And then the next stage deals with ammonia or ammonia nitrogen. And that's a pollutant that we can't put in the river, and that's essentially it. Then we do UV and it goes into the river. One of the things we found during the capacity assessment is that there are a number of processes that are in the plant right now that are going to not meet the quality in the 5 to 10 year range. So I think that's a lot of the projects that Andreas just talked about with, you know, adding another UV and things like that. So there's two kind of components to it. There is a growth part, and then there is a limits regulatory change part. So Andreas mostly talked about the near term, the 10-year part, where we're going to deal with capacity as it happens. This is what we're looking at for effluent limit changes. So the parameters on the left, I'll explain them, I think, in layman's terms. BOD is biological oxygen demand, and really it's just a measure of organics in the wastewater. Organics can also be considered to be things with carbon in them. TSS is suspended solids, total suspended solids, and that is just other stuff, grit and things that you could generally get out by filtering. TAN, total ammonia nitrogen, this is effectively, it's just ammonia, which is a form of nitrogen. We are right now, we have limits for ammonia nitrogen. It changes summer and winter because it changes to being an unionized form, poisonous in the summer versus in the winter when you release it. So the limits change depending on if it's winter or summer. And then the new limit, new limits, is total nitrogen. So again, just from a high level, you can take ammonia, and we do a process called nitrification. We convert ammonia into nitrates, and then we can release that to the river today. What the regulators are telling us is that we can no longer release nitrates to the river. We have to discharge nitrogen as nitrogen gas. So that means taking nitrates and converting them to nitrogen gas. That's the process there called denitrification. So we are looking at a new limit of 15 milligrams per liter of total nitrogen. We don't have any limit right now. This is the big one that is really expensive to try to deal with. I'll explain it a little bit more as we go further. The next one on the list is total phosphorus. We have a limit right now. Our biological treatment gets us to 0.1, right, like all the time, but we cannot reliably get to 0.5 without changes. So generally, phosphorus is once you've dealt with it as much as you can biologically, you add chemicals and then you filter out the remaining phosphorus. So this is, on the right side there is what we're looking at coming up in 2031. A question that a lot of people have is how does that relate to other similar wastewater treatment plants? So I picked out a couple that are on the bow. Heritage Point is down by Pine Creek. It's been there for a while. Bonnybrook is around 17th Avenue in Calgary. Pine Creek is kind of down where Deerfoot crosses the bow, and Banff is, of course, just upstream. So I looked only at the existing approvals and not their upcoming approvals. So we could see Pine Creek and Banff have this total nitrogen limit, same as being proposed here. Total phosphorus, again, is something that they have in place as well. And we could see Heritage Point also has that same total phosphorus limit. So, yeah, the limits are changed, but I don't think Canmore is being treated any differently than anyone else on the Bow River at this point.
So just on that.
Sure.
Are they having to go through significant upgrades, or is it because we're on, have a BAF system and they're on others that they don't need to incur the?
Yeah, that's exactly, and that's going to come in the next couple slides here. So our key process is nitrification. So in our BAF, like I said, the second cell in the BAF is meant for getting rid of ammonia, converting ammonia to nitrate. That is a aerobic process, meaning that it happens in the presence of air. The next step, denitrification, generally has to happen in an anoxic environment, which is an environment with no oxygen, and that environment also has to have carbon in it. So this is the problem with our BAF, is that step one, we take all the carbon out. Step two, we convert to nitrate. Step three, we need to have an anoxic environment with carbon that we took it all out. So we could do a tack-on process, but we would have to then add a whole bunch of carbon back in and then take it out again. So it's just the way that the BAF is set up is not, it doesn't allow for an easy add-on denitrification process. Some of the newer technologies have this built in. An example, when we get to MBR, it has a front-end anoxic environment, and then we pump it back, and it's sort of like this continuous loop where we feed nitrates back to the front, and that's how that one works. So this is, when we talk about all the other people, a BAF is relatively unique, I guess we'll call it. It's not that common to find a BAF wastewater treatment plant in Alberta. So, and just by the nature of the way it works, it is not easily modified to add a denitrification process. So, unfortunately, you know, there was a decision made in the 80s to go with the BAF on this one, and it works great for what it was designed to do, but now with these new limits, it just is it's difficult to adjust. The next key process, which is phosphorus removal, we're also missing. This is the type of thing that you can just add on. It is generally looks like a disc filter with chemical addition. Again, some of the other newer biological processes can get this limit without adding this on. So this is just a summary of all the processes that are at the plant right now. When we were looking at this, we tried to keep as many of the existing processes as we can. So most of it is the front-end headworks, primary clarifier, most of the primary treatment, including chemical addition, the sludge treatment, and then the final disinfection by UV. All is to remain, essentially what we're looking at changing is the biological treatment portion, and depending on what we choose there will depend on what we do for the phosphorus at the end. When we did our treatment technology review, we reviewed 9 different technologies there. And we really boiled it down to the membrane bioreactor and the aerobic granular sludge, which are the two at the bottom. I can talk about that in a little bit, a couple more slides. So once, there were a whole criteria, there's a whole report about how we went from 9 to 2. And then once we narrowed it down to these 2 technologies, we had 4 different options depending on if we had clarification or what we were going to do for phosphorus removal. Andreas asked me to add a slide about suitability in cold climates. MBR is used pretty widely in Alberta. Our closest MBR plant would be at the Evan Thomas wastewater treatment plant in Kananaskis. The other technology, which is the AGS, They're piloting in BC, which is, I know it's in BC, it's maybe not as cold as Canmore. It's only 300 kilometers away. And they also have a full operating plant at Whitefish, which is, again, only 300 kilometers away from Canmore. Newer technology has lower operating costs than MBR. MBR is a membrane-based thing where you pump at a relatively high pressure to push water through a membrane and get clean water out the other side. Generally pretty energy intensive. And then I think, yeah, here we go. These are the 4 options with the 5th option on the end, basically trying to put a comparison to if we tried to expand the bath and then create the cells and all the pumping we needed to do the denitrification with bath, how it compares. So we're looking at capital costs ranging from 68,000 over to, 68 million to 88 million. And the operating costs generally increase from left to right here, with those being, having pretty significant contributions to the 20-year lifespan. So that's roughly, that's how we ended up kind of in that budget. This is going to be hard to see on here, but on the left side, we see the footprint of the existing wastewater treatment plant. On the right side, I don't know if you can, yeah. On the right side, there's a forested area, but it is available for lease for expansion of the facility. And depending on what we go with, this space will be adequate for what we need it to be.
So based on that slide that said so many things are going to be existing and will be staying, that's why we need that other facility. It's not a replacement of the facility. It's a whole new facility that will accomplish this.
Yeah, here, if I can just point on, from high level, the plant flows from west to east. This is the Edwards facility here.
Yeah.
This is kind of the office and lab. This gray area is open top filters. This is the bath.
Yeah.
And then out to the right is kind of the...
That's the bath there to the right. That's the clarifier.
Sorry, my bad. Clarifier, and then bath on the right, and then it comes back to UV before it goes out to the river. So everything, headworks, clarifier, new DAF that was added a few years ago, all remains. This last tank or tanks on the east are
No longer needed.
yeah, I don't want to say abandoned. Maybe it could be repurposed. I think I said this at the last council meeting that I came to. We could probably find a way to do something with it, but for now, it'll essentially be mothballed. The one above it, that's the sludge processing facility. That'll stay also.
That's where the great big columns are.
That's what these are.
Yeah, two big open top tanks.
That's the digesters, and then this is the dewatering.
Yeah.
And I would add that the portion in pink that's highlighted to the east or to the right is currently not in our lease, so we would need to look at a lease amendment with the province.
In terms of how we can stage it or what amount is attributable to growth versus regulatory, we did the exercise here, option 3, where we assumed no growth. You can see in column 2, it's 23,000 people basically in the next few years. And we added on the processes that would be required with no growth, no expansion to the BAF or anything like that for capacity, just to come up with a baseline for what the town of Canmore could expect to pay just to meet the regulatory requirements. So we got 37 million there. So if we consider all the other options, I'm sure somebody would argue with me, but you could say that the baseline cost for the town is 37 million, and the additional costs on top of that would be growth related.
So it's 23,000. Does that include our current population plus visitors?
I think it's the projected to 2028. I think we picked a, 5-year down the road.
So in all these numbers, though, there's an amount for visitors, basically, or?
Yeah, that's all kind of cooked into the growth. I think we linked up our growth projection in the UMP with the offsite levy and
Along those lines, would it be helpful to have the visitor number as well for other advocacy that we're looking at?
We did our projection based on number of hotel units and things like that, so it's all inclusive.
In the offsite levy bylaw, we break out future unit counts into residential, hotels, and then industrial commercial, and there's a factor for each. So we do factor in the hotel room count because we use the information from the utility master plan in the offsite levy bylaw, so they're the same. They would just carry over, and they do include Smith Creek and the village ASPs. So it does reference the full build out of the community. Yeah.
And then life cycle of a plant like this?
I'd have to check with my plant guys, but I'm going to say 50 years. Obviously, it needs maintenance, but I would say 50 years. So again, the other takeaway from this slide is that how do we stage it? Do we go and we build the full thing on day one? Well, it's probably not. Overbuilding things also comes with problems. So there's probably, once we dig into it, a first step and then a second step, if not more steps.
Councilor Faubert?
Is there any risk that either of the two technologies being proposed to replace the BAF system would then put us in a situation similar to where we're in now, where in the future it isn't meeting additional upgrades or needs? Or is it robust and can be adjusted as regulatory changes occur?
Let's say, it's a great question because I don't know where maybe the regulatory, where it may go in 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. That would be very difficult. We can't anticipate what the province is going to do with the approvals, which mature every 10 years, so there's the mechanism to make those changes. But to know what's coming, it'd be difficult. I think what's fortunate about these two technologies, in particular the MBR, is that is the most common. And so we're not then being an outlier like we are right now, because at one point in time, we'd made the decision to go with the BAF technology.
This is basically Andreas's stuff, but in a way less easy to read. He asked me to make the font bigger, but he did it over 4 pages, and this is on 1, so I'm sorry. But effectively, it's the 10-year plan for.
I got my granny glasses for
yeah, it's literally the same stuff he just went over. And then here's roughly the project schedule.
Yeah, so you can see there, similar to what I mentioned earlier, is, we need to get going right away with some conceptual design work to know what is going to be the most appropriate technology, determine if we need to do any pilot work, and then begin the detailed design work.
I'll buy a 3-pack Costco.
So just, I guess, to recap or summarize, it's easy to say to somebody who's asking, why do we need this? We could say regulatory limits, but if you wanted to go like one layer deeper, it is the total nitrogen limit that's hard for us to meet. There's the phosphorus one, but if it was just phosphorus, it would be like pretty easy. The total nitrogen is the one that is difficult.
And we had been aware that at some point we would be having changes in the effluent limits. But up until this recent conversation with the province, we thought it was only around total phosphorus. So we had, I think, $10 million in the model to do phosphorus removal, and we thought we would be fine. So the total nitrogen is the big one.
So what about the element around capacity? Like, if we didn't have a regulatory change, my understanding is that still we wouldn't have the capacity through this, our current plant to meet full build-out. Is that correct?
That is correct. The capacity assessment, again, that, I don't expect you to read the whole memo, but it's, I
tried.
It does lay that out. And it identifies at what point the different processes hit their limit and then what's needed. So there is, for example, the UV thing. There is an expansion on the inlet lift station. There is.
So that's dealt with through some of those other upgrades.
That's right.
Okay.
So a lot of the things in the next 10 years are growth related that would happen regardless of regulatory.
And related to equipment that or processes that we're planning to keep.
Correct.
Yeah, not doing any work that, like in the BAF system, for example.
So just one more before I pass on the mic. So at some point, we obviously received approval for the system that we have. Now, did we do so at a considerable savings at that point because we went this way? Or, I mean, like, we're now having to make the biggest bulk of these changes, or the cost of them are associated with new regulations.
My answer.
Are we just out of luck, or you know, does the province recognize that they're putting something on there that is going to be causing a considerable hardship to a municipality?
I can tell you the regulators know very well that they're putting us through significant hardship, where they're available to help support any requests we have or challenges we may be having with trying to seek grant dollars. Right. And they're two different entities.
Because I'm thinking that that's going to be a conversation we have to have at some point with the province to say, you know, we need some help with this.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to go back to your earlier question, Mayor Cowsert, is I wasn't here when the decision was made. The plant was commissioned in '97, and what I do know is that the technology that was chosen, which was still new, but we went forward with that one because, as Mr. Doss showed the ortho map, we don't have a lot of space there when we're looking at our leased location. And so it was the technology that had the smallest footprint. Right. And so that's why we went with that one. And again, and I trust that this was being considered at the time, that total phosphorus was maybe, and knowing that that was just one more easy technology to be added later would be quite simplistic, that there was no consideration for total nitrogen being a limit added at a later date.
Right. Okay, thank you. Councilor Greer.
Yeah, you kind of went right where I was wanting to go is, you know, how do we pay for this? I guess, what if we didn't do it? What if we said, we have got $100 million to do this? We can't do that. What would happen?
Well, the easiest, we would be in contravention.
Yep.
And we would be put on notice and likely in a scenario where we're going to be fined. And if we don't demonstrate that we are putting in place plans to update the plant to meet those conditions, I suspect the fines will continue to grow in size. That's typically the leverage the province has.
So I just got to ask, how big are the fines?
And where does that fine money go?
I'm not saying I want to do that, but are they like $20 million fines a year or what?
I don't know. I would suspect it's going to be whatever is necessary to force the community to meet those conditions. Obviously, something both parties want to try to avoid.
Absolutely.
In my recollection, total nitrogen is one of the reasons why Sunshine Village, for example, hasn't expanded or can't expand, because the ability to meet that level for your discharge does take you up in terms of price of technology of what you're doing. So it's not just us. But I would also argue on the other end that having high-level regulations around what we're allowed to discharge from our wastewater treatment plant into the river is a good thing. I know there are jurisdictions in Canada that have no regulations around wastewater going into water bodies. So to me, it's like a double-edged sword, right? Like, yes, we are looking at a very, very high cost in order to deliver this service to our community, which is affected by our past decisions and regulatory changes. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it means that as a community, we're cleaning up our mess and we're not making it someone else's problem downstream. So, it's tough. It's tough.
I thought we were already at that point, though. Yeah. I mean, like, until the presentation was made a number of months ago that we need a new wastewater treatment addition or whatever, if somebody said, because we are meeting all the regulations, are you guys doing well with the environment? Yeah, I'm told that you can drink that water coming out of it. Not that I would, but you could, is what I'm told. But it just feels, to me, it feels like goalposts being moved.
I think, we definitely need the province to step up and recognize that we've got some challenges here, and hopefully we can have those conversations over the next little while.
Could I make a suggestion? One thing the Finance Committee might want to deliberate is some direction to do some advocacy to the province around support, if this is the direction that we need to go.
So I'd be looking for when it comes time that we are to, okay, so we do have the capital to approve now, so would it be now or at the budget time? I think it's probably at the budget time.
Either one, just loading it.
Okay, we'll add that at the budget time.
I just wanted to, say that, remind people that water and waste is like one of those primary services that municipalities, above pickleball courts and wildlife corridors or any of those things, water is one of our sole things that sort of differentiate us from third world situations. And the other thing I wanted to remind the chair of is that some of us have a meeting in 22 minutes.
I think we're almost done.
Okay, I just want to be,
Yep.
wasn't sure if you knew. That's all.
I'm assuming there's a whole bunch of municipalities that need to hit this 2031 deadline, and not a ton?
It's a 10-year cycle, so depending on when they're...
Different communities will have different, they all have 10-year terms, but they start and finish at different years.
Okay, so I was just curious, how high will the competition be for like labor and specialty equipment in 2031? So I'm just trying to figure out, is it going to be a very competitive field that we need to get our work done, or it's all spread out over the various municipalities and it's not going to be as like intense to get bids successful and all that stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. Things to learn. I mean, yeah, it's well, as we learn more details, we'll certainly share that. Yeah.
But it's not that in 2031
everybody, right?
Distributed.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how big our cohort is for 2031, and is there an advantage of getting the jump on that sort of thing, so we're not stuck?
Well, I think that it's because of our unique system that it's affecting us. There may not be a cohort.
Yeah.
It may be us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're likely the only ones that need to put an MBR plant in that 5-year time frame.
Okay.
For sure. But it also will take time, and that's why we're recommending we begin now.
Okay, thank you.
I only had one other idea to float, and it's one I had mentioned to the mayor before, and that it's, if it's at all possible, to, as a group, potentially tour the plants that use these technologies we're considering. Obviously, the closest one's in Kananaskis. That's really easy. The other ones might be a bit farther away, and I don't know if everyone's interested in it or not, but I find that being able to walk through a facility like that helps me understand how it works. So that's my idea.
Well, that's something definitely to consider. I do appreciate Mr. Dodd you being here today, and Mr. Como walking through it. The additional details around the why, but also what it will look like having the map up there. And you know, I was under the impression we had to totally replace the plant. I'm actually even baffled that we're not replacing the whole plant and it still costs that much. You know, so, but it's expensive stuff, right? And so thank you. That was, I think, very, very helpful. I certainly have a much better understanding. And I think my colleagues do as well. So before we leave this topic, are there any last questions?
Sorry, Mayor Cussard, I just have two more quick
sorry.
slides to.
Sorry. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, this is messy, but this is what I had wanted to ensure that we had shared with council. In order to meet these capital demands in the short and long term, we had to increase the revenue source greater than what we have already approved for 2024. So on the left-hand side, you'll see 6 different options to consider, or at least compare to option 1, which is to do status quo, where we look at just increasing the rates in 2024 by 5.5%. You can see under the revenue increase percentage, we have increasing, considering an 8% increase in revenue, a 10, a 12, a 15, and then finally the biggest one, which is if we need to ensure that we are meeting reserve targets in all years of the next 5. And so the revenue increase total, and what I want to highlight is I think that the best approach is to do a bigger increase in 2024 and look at a more moderate 8% increase in the subsequent years. It's easier for a comparator. You can see in the next sets of columns what the revenue increases are and the change from year over year. And so under those scenarios of 8, 10, 12, 15%, you can see what the impact is on the rates in the blue column down the middle there. So right now, the rate increase or the impact on the the rate user is 5.4%. We had anticipated 4.2%. So with an 8% increase, you're looking at a 6.7%. And then with a 10, 8.7. And with a 12, 10.7 and 13.6 and so on. So quite significant over the 4.2 that we had originally or currently approved. And then on the right-hand side, which helps us dictate what is the most appropriate percentage to use, is what the impact is on a reserve balance. So the areas in green is what the reserve balance target is. So 6.5 million in 2028. We're recommending that it goes up to 8 million. And this is the number that we've been using for a number of years. And as we move through time, that number will move up. And you can see that without really looking at the numbers, the yellow is close to the target. The orange is farther away, and the red is actually negative, which is in the top right-hand corner, which is why administration would be recommending option 4, a 12% increase in revenue, which results in a 10.7% impact on the ratepayer, because by year 5, we would have a reserve balance of $8.168 million. But we would have some years that are a little bit lower, and that's okay. We've done that in the past, but at least by then, we are over the limit. If we do anything less than 12%, if council considers 10 or 8%, for example, those numbers just stay lower and lower, and it would be multiple years before we would hit the 8-year target.
So by 2028, we've still hit our target.
Correct. So you can see in 2020, yeah, that's 20, that last column should be 2029.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but 2028 is our, 2027 would be our lowest year with what we recommended, 3.5% or $3.5 million buffer. And then here it is graphed over time. As you can see, we go below the red line, and over the 25 years, we do look at incremental increases in the reserve target. And then you can see where the big impacts are, $100 million for the wastewater treatment plant and $53 million in deep utilities way out. And especially the deep utilities are all scheduled to be funded by reserves. And then this is what the impact is. You can see the current 2024 rates with the recommended 12% increase in revenue and the impact being 10.7%. On the far right-hand side, those are the recommended changes, the percent change, and on average, that's 10.7%, even though some go up 16.8%, some are only going up 7.5%. And then on the commercial side, it's similar at just over 10% as well, the impact.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, we have to return to the item that was tabled. So before I put that motion back on the table, Councillor Frobert, is there a change to the scope sheet at this time, or?
No, I think more information I'm waiting is needed, and then we do have a few extra other meetings that I could bring it forward, so.
Okay, so are you happy we can proceed at this time and then that could be dealt with later? Okay, so in that case, I'll put back on the table that the Finance Committee recommend to Council to adopt the 2025 to 2028 capital plans as presented. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And just checking, did Councilor Merritt, you're going to wait till another meeting? Okay, and then just checking to see if there's anything else, and I didn't miss anything?
That's all, yeah.
Just want to make sure that we're...
Those are all the motions we had planned for today, and then council, if there are other amending motions, we can bring them next Thursday, that's no problem.
Yep.
I will, we don't have copies of Mr. Andreas or Mr. Dawes, or Mr. Andreas, either these guys, their presentation, but we'll print that out and bring it to you for the next meeting so that you have a print copy of it.
Okay.
But otherwise, that's it for today.
Okay, and then our next meeting is next Tuesday?
Thursday.
Or no, Thursday, next Thursday, of course.
Yeah.
Okay?
Tuesday's regular.
Yep. All right, I move that we adjourn. All in favor? Carried unanimously.